go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Feast of Dice channel. I am your DM, Elijah Goodall, pronouns they, them, and we are doing a special little one-shot today, but set in the world of Castle Run, just a little prior to where the group currently is now. And I will give you your little intro that didn't play at the beginning now. In the year 1373 of the Dread Age, the hero Atticus Phoenix is returning to the Southgreen after many long years away. Shortly after reaching the borders, the town of Port Aimot sends a missive to the last Phoenix requesting his aid against an encroaching group of undead horrors that have risen up from the deep in the swamps. Atticus and an old ally, Odell Legrand, make their way to the southern coastline with haste, hoping to bring a swift peace to the good people of Port Aimot and quell the darkness that dwells there. We are actually opening our scene inside a small oceanside chapel. Even though the doors are shut, you can still hear the wind and the waves outside as a warm southern breeze stirs the palms and vegetation that surround the chapel on the outskirts of Port Aimot. It is balmy in here. Sweat runs down the skin, and you can taste the salt in the air. Inside the chapel, seated up near the altar, is a kind of a priest in white vestments, ordained with several kind of like little, not medals, can't find the right word right now, but like basically decor that mark him as a cleric or priest of the god of light, Lunarum. As Hierophant Salish kind of combs his white hair out of his aging face and looks over at you, Candor. Candor, if you could go ahead and describe who we see seated in this church with the Hierophant.
Yeah. So Candor, this is a nice little picture of him. He is clothed in a city watch outfit. He is he was trained up as a city watch outfit. That's why he has that. And he sports a short sword, a scimitar, and a shield along with a longbow. He has a blue cape on him, and he's got short brown hair, short eyes, or brown eyes, and he's about a medium stature in height. He's about 27 for his age, and I think that's what I wrote. Or I did write it. Yeah, he's 27.
Yeah. Candor, you are sitting there facing the Hierophant. A person who has been perhaps not a father figure, but certainly a strong mentor to you as another cleric of Lunarum and kind of as the Hierophant, like the head of the clergy here in Port Aimot. And you are fully abreast of the problems that the town has been having with undead for several months now. Hierophant Salish looks over to you. Candor. Before the last Phoenix arrives, I wanted to sit you down and just, if we could just talk. I've been
Candor kind
more.
of,
Yeah.
sorry,
No, no, go for
Candor's
it.
gonna kind of like grip his grip his shield and a little tighter, knowing and kind of like he sits down with it as if it was a pillow in front of him, and he kind of like draws in close.
I've been more and more impressed with your work here among the townsfolk, not just as a protector, but as a shining example of the light. People here, they look up to you. Which is why I understand that they've asked the last Phoenix to come here and help us with our troubles. It would mean a lot to me, and I think also many of the people here who've come to appreciate you if you could accompany them. I understand that what I'm asking is not an errand of safety. Far from it. I believe deep in whatever bog these things are coming from, there's a real risk. But with the light and glory of Lunarum on your side, I believe you can triumph. Who knows? Perhaps even the last Phoenix could use the light you have to offer.
Candor kind of hugging his shield, kind of like, meets his gaze, but then looks down, taking in like the seriousness of the undead. The City Watch has been having problems with these guys. So he's got some real turmoil over what's happening, and he kind of responds with like, "If the last Phoenix is gonna be by our side, we can be by his side."
Hmm. Yeah. Spoken with grace. I would expect nothing less, Candor. And at this point, High Friend Salish leans in a little bit, and Candor, you kind of get the scent. There's like the incense that he cleanses the chapel with every day clings to this white robe and these vestments that he wears. And as he leans in close, with like that almost cloying smell sort of overwhelms your senses. I believe that there is a possibility that it is one of our order that has brought these terrors to us. And or do you recall Brother Renoth, the Reformed?
Andor is going to make a history recall.
Yeah, go for it. Do it with advantage too. I mean, this is a small town, little village, like
14 or 8.
Okay. On an 8, you can like vaguely recall Renoth was supposedly a cleric of Lunarum, had lived in Port Aimot since before you were born. Kenor, probably about 20 years of his life, and did come as a reformed bandit and mercenary before joining the clerics in an effort to become something better. And, spent almost a decade here serving the people of Port Aimot. 6 months ago, Renath went missing. And shortly after is when these nightly raids from undead began. And as the Hierophant confides this in you, August, you are going to need to give me a perception check, as you are also in the chapel just doing a little bit of handyman work. It's pretty often here that between the salt air and the heat and the use, the wood of this old chapel gets worn down. The warps away from the stone and the marble inlays in the floor, and you're here pretty much on a weekly basis to kind of upkeep it as one of the town carpenters.
Yeah, that is a 13 for perception.
On
Should
a
I describe August?
Yeah, give us a description of August real quick.
Candor is also going to kind of explain, like, Renath, and then this. Yeah.
So August he's like a roughly average height human, but he is exceedingly broad. Every proportion of him is pretty oversized. He's a lot of person packed into 5'8". He's pretty threadbare on his clothes. He's got some tools strapped onto his belt. He's got his little like workman's pack with him, and it's got an axe strapped to it, and he's got a couple hatchets and hammers and tools and bits and bobs. He's a handsome little devil, but he's got a real kind of dark sadness to him. I'm trying to get his picture loaded on here, so I'm gonna get it up here.
Oh yeah, a bigger version of it. It is on the overlay, I will say, for the stream. August, what's that perception say? Or what's
13
the perception
on the
check?
perception.
Okay, that's right. It was 13. August, on the 13, you are going about your repairs here in the chapel, and you see out of the corner of your eye, the Hierophant lean in to speak to Candor, and you hear what he has to say about Renath. August, Renath was one of, if not, I mean, certainly your best and perhaps one of your only true friends here in Port Aimot. You are known to a lot of people as the Ox. And Renath was perhaps one of the only people who knew your disdain for that name. Renath was kind to you. He was a friend. Despite his oath to Linearum and to serve the people, maybe something that was a little frowned upon by the clergy, but Renath spent a fair amount of the time with you in the evenings at the local taverns in Port Aimot. Not in a drunken stupor, but in friendly conversation. And in the 6 months since his disappearance, you have missed him something greatly. So to hear his name uttered now as the suspect of the attacks is nothing less than a shock to you.
Yeah. August does his shocked face, which looks exactly like his working on the stonework face. And he kind of grunts a little bit, which basically sounds like the sound he makes when he's hitting rock with a hammer. But he's...
The Hierophant leans back a little bit. Candor and in a rare gesture puts a hand on your shoulder, of like bridging the gap a little bit between ranking of clergy, which is something that is observed pretty intensely here in Port
I
Aimot.
like freeze up.
Looks you in the eye. Candor, can I trust you with this?
We'll make light of what we need to.
Good. If you do find that Renath is behind this, I expect you to bring him back here to Port Aimot to face judgment. And if you are not able to do that, I trust you to dispense with it yourself in the light of Lunarum.
Can I make an insight check?
For sure, yeah.
Oh, nat 20.
On a nat 20.
First roll.
God damn.
Start now.
Yeah,
This is
hold on.
God.
Let's hear it. First
Everything's
roll,
gonna be
the one
under 10
shot
now.
Oh my god. Okay.
My perception check doesn't count though.
Woo-wee,
Just the
yeah.
first 20.
Yeah, just the first. Is this where we take our
Candor,
shirts off, or?
You see, yeah, it's this is just how you keep it going. Kendra, you look deep into the Hierophant's eyes. This sort of intimacy is not something that the Hierophant, that Salish engages in typically. So in this moment, I mean, you are, as someone that has been a mentor to you for like well over a decade now, it is an intense feeling to be like, there's a lot mixed up in here. But as you look back, like remembering to like meet and maintain eye contact with this man, you look at him and you see a deep, deep sadness. There is something about what he is asking you to do that breaks his heart. And in truth, you're not sure if he believes what he's telling you about Renath, that Renath is the one behind all this.
Okay. With this kind of like seeing this, how solemn that this character is, I'm gonna Candor kind of Lunarum show the way, or light the way.
As you say this, make
Over
a little...
over on the side, Augie's thinking, doesn't he know his own religion's catchphrase?
How embarrassing. for him.
Candor is intimidated by
Yeah.
it being so close to this person.
Candor, I want you to give me a D100 roll right now.
Remember, he is new to this order.
Yeah.
73.
Okay. You think this to yourself, August, and you look over, but as you think this and say it, you see a silvery... Lunarum is the god of light, but also the god of... also, in particular, the god of moonlight, the god who brought the moon into the night so that mortals would not have to fear the dark and the terror that dwelt there. Even though it is kind of that golden hour as the sun is starting to like draw close to the waves on the horizon, you see a silvery shaft of light catch through a palm tree in the window and shine down on Candor. And right in this moment, the front door of the chapel busts in, and Atticus and Odell, if the two of you want to describe yourselves. Atticus, I mean, we know Atticus, but it is a younger version. So what did Atticus look like
Mustache or no mustache?
30 years ago?
Yeah,
Almost
so
30 years ago.
Atticus, you know him, you love him. He's the 6'11" himbo with giant muscles and a very poignant mustache. But he's a little younger, 30 years younger, so his hair's a little bit longer. Of course, combed behind the ears. He has a earring on that has a couple feathers hanging from it, and his mustache is more of like a handlebar mustache at this point. He was trying something new, but just like a Greek god, like walking through the doors. Definitely more cocky than his modern day version.
Oh, you walk in. The Hierophant Salish eyes kind of go wide at the usually when people come into the chapel, it's with a little more reverence and a little less like banging down the door. Oh yeah, and we didn't get Odell. Who do we see standing next to Atticus?
Odell Legrand is a hill giant, younger cousin to Cletus Legrand from our main campaign. She is quite small for a hill giant. I think there has always been some whisperings amongst the clan about who her father was, because nobody really knows, but a lot of people think it wasn't someone from within the hill giant community, because she's very petite for a hill giant. She is a druid and just loves to, I don't know, be one with nature. She's very, a little bit head in the clouds, a little bit impulsive, green skin, green hair. Still definitely has the hill giant look, but just petite.
Yeah. The two of you walk in. Hierophant Salish looks over at you, Candor, and then looks up to the arriving party and kind of like quickly stands up, brushes himself off a little bit to present himself, and strides forward. You must be the last Phoenix. I am Hierophant Salish. It's the head clergy member here in Port Aimot. I appreciate the speed with which you have come to our aid.
Of course. Thank you for allowing us to come help with your issue. This is my companion. What is it? Odell?
Odell, yeah.
Is that the name? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my very good companion, Odell, of the Legrand family, if you will. So tell us, what's the issue? What's going on?
Well, as you may know from our missive, Port Aimot has been experiencing, well, I can put it in no softer words, Master Phoenix, horrors as of late. Ghouls and ghasts arriving by night to both terrorize and assault the good citizens here in Port Aimot. People have lost husbands, wives, loved ones. We seek for an end to these terrors. And
all right. Couple questions. When did this start?
I believe, to put an exact date to it, perhaps 5 months prior.
5 months. All right. Have we tracked a source of where these undead are coming from, or are they just scattered about the city?
We believe we have something of a direction further south and more inland. If you'll allow me to make an introduction, this is Candor, a cleric to our Order of Lunarum and one of the town guard. He will be accompanying you on your journey inland, and Candor is abreast of the way.
Yeah, Atticus is going to extend their hand out and say, "Howdy, I'm Atticus. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for what you've been doing for this town so far."
Candor's like straightened himself out. He's got his shield on his back now, and he just kind of holds the direct eye contact with Atticus and shakes the hand firmly back and says, "Thanks. We need to be able to take care. We need to take care of it."
Yeah, absolutely. We're on the same side right now. This is Odell Legrand.
Odell's actually wandered away while all this talking was going on. She's just like been looking around the chapel and inspecting the shrine of the chapel.
Give me a little perception check.
Candor like looks over and like kind of registers that they've walked off, and then just goes right back to the eye contact.
9.
Okay. On a 9, you don't Odell, you are an Othgar, a hill giant druid. You belong to the Circle of the Unbroken Green, the various deities of the people who dwell here in the Southgreen and in the Greater Namira. They're not a lot of concern to you. So seems about standard. You don't really know that much about Lunarum. Your eyes do, however, fall on a large, not tall, but very broad-shouldered and strong-looking, handsome and seemingly stoic man near the back of the chapel, who just seems to kind of be busying himself with repairs.
Handsome, you say?
What was that?
Odell's gonna, just casually wander over there in her.
I didn't mean to force that to be what your character said out loud, but it would be funny if she said those thoughts out loud.
I mean, she would say that out loud. She's definitely
it's canon now.
Not she's the forward lady. I don't think she would be.
You guys are in town to help with the attacks?
Yeah, what can you tell me about them?
August is gonna kind of look around and close the distance a little bit. And he's gonna kind of hang his head down, like aimed down, kind of aiming at the floor a little bit. It looks just kind of like he's a little ashamed, but really he's just angling his head so that it's not really noticed what he's saying out loud, and so his voice doesn't carry. I heard the name Ranuth, and that's my friend, but he's not involved in any of this. Well, he's not my friend anymore, but he was once.
Did they say he was involved?
Yeah, they think he's involved, but he's not.
How do you know?
He's just not that kind of guy. Like, he steals stuff, but he's not a violent person.
Why do they think he's involved?
He's gonna edge forward just a little closer. You're not from around here, right?
Do I look like I'm from
Sorry,
around here?
I'm sound too much like I'm Perrin right now, and I'm not doing my proper voice. Give me a second. No, it's just they have everyone in this town afraid of the church. And I don't know. Sometimes I question them.
Why are people afraid?
They like to say they serve the light, but for people to believe in the light, there has to be darkness. I don't know. All I know is that my friend, we used to get up some trouble back in the day, but he's not the kind of person to kill innocents.
Can I do like some kind of check to see how sincere he seems, or if
For
like
sure. Yeah. Yeah. PC on PC insight check. Go ahead and roll that insight check.
oh, I am not rolling well today. So far 10.
Okay. On a 10, I mean, I think I'll just tell you as the DM, knowing what's going, like,
He's legit.
this man seems sincere.
I think Odell might have some trust issues, so she just wants to make sure that
Yeah. Yeah.
it's all above board.
I'm sure Odell will be coming back soon any second, Candor. Don't worry.
Still holding eye
Odell-
contact. We had, like,
get back
nothing's
over there.
progressed.
Odell's just like,
before he
here-
breaks eye contact and notices that you're talking to me.
Atticus keeps looking over at Odell like what, and like making this face like what the
Odell
what,
just,
what
like,
is this?
here's
This
their
guy's
name.
eye contact is so intense.
If
Odell just like, here's her name, and she just like glances over and like gives a little wave, but like not at all realizing that they're like wanting her to come back over there. She's just like,
If you
Candor.
if you need a guide in the woods, I can show you. I can take you through. I go through there to cut down trees.
think we might. I'll check with Atticus.
Who's that?
Oh, the tall man over there.
Oh, he's a handsome devil.
Most people think so.
Atticus winks when he hears that.
Harvan Salish is
Just a compulsive
kind of
twitch
like,
that Atticus
as
has.
Kandor is standing there, just not really staring down, but just making direct, unbroken, unspeaking eye contact with Atticus. Harvan Salish
Are
is
we
going
still
to...
holding hands too? Like, have we? Are we
They've
just
been
still shaking hands?
the whole time.
I think
It's
when
the Predator meme.
Atticus, I think when Atticus like kind of gives a wink, he starts to realize that there's more outside of this just one-on-one conversation, and like does actually register to like acknowledge that Odell and the August are over there. Kind of snaps out of it, takes a step back, and says like, "Well, welcome in."
After she says the thing about asking Atticus, she just takes August. August. It's August, right?
Yeah, my
August's
name's
hand,
August.
like, just is one of those people. She just like takes August's hand and like leads him over to Atticus.
His hand is like an entire ham hock in your hand.
Maybe she's holding it with both of her hands, actually. Atticus, I think I found us a guide.
August is still like eyes down.
I did this guy offer? I would hate to drag anybody into like dangerous situations, you know. I'm Atticus Phoenix. Nice to meet you. What was your name again?
Oh,
Odell
you're
gives
not
him like a
talking-
little.
You're not talking to me. Oh. Just kind of like he steps back and lets his
Candor, come on.
well,
After that handshake, how could I forget?
everyone here calls me the Ox, but my name is August.
August.
Well, August, very nice to meet you. Did you offer to guide us? Like, I mean, we don't even know where we're going yet. I still need to figure out.
The old man kind of like barges back into the conversation, almost inserting himself. Ox, have you quite finished with the maintenance on the chapel? I overheard you say something about guiding this party in further inland. Are you sure? Are you sure you're up for it? It's dangerous work, far more dangerous than holding a hammer and filling one's ears with sawdust.
Walk those woods every day to get the wood that I use to repair this church.
Yes,
If you want hard white oak, you have to walk 4 miles to the north of here, past the grove. If you want pine, you walk 6 miles to the lake. If you want ash, you walk 7 miles to the base of the mountain.
Do you imply that we can't protect him?
Oh, no, it's no comment on your abilities. Miss Odell, was it? Of the Legrands?
Odell curtsies.
A pleasure. No, I'm sure it was not a comment on your abilities at all, nor Candor's. More so that, well, it just seems to be a bit outside your wheelhouse, is all. Ox.
August looks right at the old man and gives the first hint of a facial expression, a little bit of a smile.
Well, I don't suppose anyone much will miss me if I do get hurt, though.
Candor holds back a tear.
I'm not sure that's true. It's certainly...
Atticus is gonna
certainly-
lean over to Odell and like whisper in her ear, like, "What the fuck did we walk into?"
Certainly...
Don't worry.
Gardner Hobron would be, well, would miss his tenant.
That's true. I suppose my landlord would be upset.
Salage kind of looks around to all of you, looks at Candor. Well then, I would assume you'll want to be starting your journey at night. What with the timing of this particular problem we find ourselves embedded in. Ox, perhaps, if you're to be their guide, they can lodge with you.
There's space in the inn right next door, too. But the workshop has plenty of space.
Yes, well, then, if you need anything else, of course, the church is open as a refuge, a place of information, should you need it. The light of Lunarum be with you, Master Phoenix, Miss Odell, Candor, Ox, and the Hoofanz gives a nod and is going to turn around and kind of head into the back space of the chapel. Goes through a door at the end and disappears.
Well, I suppose you can follow me then.
And August stands still for like a good 8 seconds after saying that. And then he turns and walks towards the door.
Are we sure the ox isn't one of the undead? Just saying, very similar qualities.
As he reaches his pack, he picks up the edge or the end of the great axe, flips the whole thing up in the air, and it spins like 3 times, and he like wraps himself up in the pack and then continues walking slowly towards the door.
Well,
I think
No,
he's
he's-
okay.
He's been here doing maintenance a bunch. He's not undead. And Candor kind of just like fits up. He's like, "Hey, Ox, wait!" And like trots after Ox.
Yeah, Atticus looks at Odell as they're like kind of walking slower behind the two, and just is like, What are you thinking? What's something for some reason? This feels odd. This doesn't feel like a run of the mill invasion. I'm just
August
getting a weird vibe.
August thinks so too. That's why I think we should bring him with us.
Man, everyone, I gotta say, your cousin is way more full of laugh sometimes. You speak matter of fact a little too much. And Atticus is gonna keep walking and follow the.
Okay.
Odell's gonna pause for a minute on the way out to light a candle on the altar.
Cool. Um, as you all head out into the town, Atticus, I'll let you tell me. I think it would be for Odell to be here on the other side of the Unbroken Green and like on the coast of the Southgreen here in Port Aimot. But Atticus, is this your first time in Port Aimot, or have you been here before?
Nah, like I think in the heyday, like Papa Phoenix would take there. We probably have a vacation home here somewhere, or like
yeah.
like something.
It is one of the larger, like until you get down to St. Florian, which is a good 5 days away through the South Green. Like, it's probably one of the closest villages of note to Phoenix Manor, and it is one of the larger ports until you get down to St. Florian. A few thousand people here in Port Aimot. As you walk through, yeah.
Since Candor is part of the City Watch, does he have like a knowledge about what's been going on with like the most recent attacks?
We will call this an investigation check, just to kind of like what kind of knowledge you've amassed about this over the last few months.
Okay, and then all right, 8 plus investigation.
Mm-hmm.
9.
Okay. On a 9, I mean, not much more than other that like there are basically just bands of ghouls and ghasts that have been attacking at night. Unfortunately, a lot of times if they are not stopped, they will literally devour townspeople. It's why you called the last Phoenix, and because it seemed like an emergency. Dozens of people have died just in the last couple months. There doesn't seem to be a real pattern to these attacks, and it is hard. I mean, there's a few thousand people here, and like the guard of Port Aimot is like, you're under 40. A couple of guards have died in the fights against these ghouls, these undead raiders, as it were. You can't be everywhere at once. And Candor, even though you have tried, you've widened your patrol, you've stayed up later than you should, having stretched your watch thin, you keep losing people because you can't be everywhere at once. Everyone that is not from Port Aimot, so just Atticus and Odell, go ahead and give me investigation checks.
Natural 1.
Okay.
14.
Um,
Atticus is too busy looking at his own reflection in his helm.
Yeah.
Like twirling his mustache.
Atticus is combing his handlebar mustache, or his
on a natural
one.
Like Atticus, it's hardly changed from how you remember. Like the smell of, there's this particular sort of salty baked good that they make here by like in the morning. Like there's this a few different bakeries, like it's kind of their signature thing. they will go out and harvest fresh salt from the day, and then it is these rolls that like there's salt and sugar, and there's this particular type of crust they get on it, and they use like basically like palm leaf fed fires, so there's this almost kind of like very green smoky flavor to it, but it is an absolutely wonderful pastry. And you have not had one of these Aimot buns in quite some time, and it is filling the air right now. Everything that you remember about this port is as enchanting and as lovely as you have always recalled it being. I do need on the 14, Odell, I will tell you, you're smelling these things. They're all new to you. Solasa doesn't have any coastland in it. And you would have to go pretty far in the Unbroken Green. There is a small stretch of the Unbroken Green that borders the coast. But this is the first time that you've been to like a port or a village like this along the coast. And there's a lot going on. Like even, it's not a city. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, Odell's very much like getting distracted by every single thing that is that's new and interesting.
The one other thing that I need everyone to, or actually just the newcomers too, so just Atticus and Odell, I need both of you to make wisdom saving throws for me.
$17 on that.
11.
Okay. Atticus, on a 17, on the 17, like you were just locked in all this nostalgia of Port Aimot. And as you were kind of just almost like sleepwalking through your own nostalgia here, following August through the streets, you hear a crunch underneath your foot, and you look underfoot and just see what looks to be a broken toy of some kind, like maybe a small carved wooden soldier, but it is absolutely, crushed beneath the cobblestones and your feet.
We'll shoot. Atticus stops and see, is it completely demolished, or is it like
the top half of the torso? Honestly, you look at it, it looks like the soldier is wearing, the face, like the face is featureless. It doesn't have any hair in it, so it's just kind of like a almost like a mannequin doll type. But it's it's the top torso you're able to pick up. It's about so big. Wearing the same dress as Kander, so it looks like a little toy soldier painted to look like the city guard.
Well, sorry to whoever I broke that for. And Atticus is going to pick it up and put it in his pocket.
August, you are leading the party through the streets of Port Aimot. As you arrive at your home, the inn is right next door. But August, your home, simple woodworking shop, and then just kind of like a simple area with a bunk and a humble kitchen. Doesn't really ever get that cold here in Port Aimot, and so most of your dwelling is kind of open air. There are large heavy curtains that can be put down during a windstorm or something like that if you kind of want to block that out, but the whole front is open and exposed, and it is right here next to one of the larger gardens here in Port Aimot, and tended by the master gardener, and also the oldest, probably one of the oldest people in town, but Gardener Hobron. Just a little old man, wisp of white hair, always wearing gardening clothes, so tattered overalls, like a dirty white kind of a dirty white tunic underneath, is just out there tending actually to some of the flowers in the garden as opposed to the food. And as he's tending to the flowers, he's a ways off, but gives you a little wave. Your house and your shop are kind of like in the garden property, and all that.
Hello. We have some out-of-towners visiting.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Port Aimot. Oh, August, you brought. I see. Is that Candor? Candor, how are you?
Hi.
Yes, it's wonderful to see you all. What do you, August? Are they staying with you? Are they staying at the inn?
Oh, I figured we were gonna be busy, so I just thought we would stay here so they don't have to rent a room.
Oh, busy plans already. Just getting into town and play. Well, there's a lot to do in Port Aimot. Yes, a lot to do indeed. Oh.
Right. Right. We'll be. I mean, don't stay up. We'll be headed out. We're gonna go to the woods tonight.
Oh, the woods. Oh, yes, the woods.
I don't want to upset you, but I don't know if you've heard about the people getting mutilated and killed and things.
Oh, yes. Terrible business. Oh, all that.
Right.
Between that and, well, everything else, yes. Tell me, are you, if you'd like a tour of the garden, but later perhaps if you're not busy.
Do you want to see the garden? There's some plants and also some flowers. Wait, are flowers
maybe
plants?
later. I'm sorry. I'd hate to be rude or anything, but I do not want to waste any time.
Right? No, of course not.
Do you
I'd
not
like to
want to
see
stay here? Do you want to go? I mean, it's still daylight, but we can go. We can go now if you would prefer.
We should find out more information about what kind of undead. Just bluntly.
I think we should.
No tact to his tone.
I agree with Candor. I think we should probably investigate, talk to City Watch investigators or people who are on the case and see what they found, and then collect some information and head out. I'd love to see your garden. Maybe after we slaughter some undead abominations.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm going to roll a little check for Gardner Hobrin right now. Just a little perception check. That's not very good. Well, lovely to have you all. If you have, if you'd like to come look at the garden or anything like that, I must be off.
Odell was definitely going to agree immediately to go look at the garden, but since Atticus said that we shouldn't, she kind of like stopped mid sentence of agreeing to go. But instead she since they're not going to see the garden and he seemed disappointed, she reaches into her flowing robes and just pulls out a flower from the Southgreen that somehow is magically still preserved and alive, and hands it to him.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Oh, well,
Atticus is going to look at Odell and be like, "You can go check out the garden if you want. Just meet up with us later."
But you said that we needed to investigate.
I mean, do whatever you want. I mean, I just, I don't want to. It was a long road here, and I'd rather see to it. But I mean, you're more than welcome to look at it. But if you
I
want
was
to,
going to put together some food for the way out if you want a few minutes to look in the garden.
I shall investigate the garden.
Oh, between you and me, dear, the garden's a wonderful place to investigate.
Candor, is the City Watch like base around here? Where like can we go talk to some people over there while they get stuff ready?
Yeah,
and
there's an
investigate
outpost
the garden.
fairly close.
Yeah, we can
Kendra.
go to the guard outpost. I'm gonna show Atticus the way.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I look at August and well, I keep blanking on your character's name. Sorry.
Me?
Odell.
Yeah, Odell. I'm gonna look at August and Odell and go, "We'll be back momentarily," and is gonna follow Candor.
Okay. Has it been a moment?
Atticus gives August like a smile, and they can read that smile however they will, but they just notice like a very sad demeanor. So Atticus just goes like, "Yeah, we'll be back in a few," and then just like a little too long of a smile, and then turns away.
We're gonna cut to the garden first, which means we really don't cut anywhere. We, Candor and Atticus, you head towards the station. August, if you're going in to prepare a simple meal in the kitchen.
Oh, he doesn't prepare. He's just getting some of like the.
Cool.
He only eats road food, like dried hardtack
Okay,
and
cool.
bread, because
Well,
it's the cheapest food
Yeah,
available.
as August goes to put together
Charcuterie.
a carpenter's
Yeah.
charcuterie board, then
Cuts it with his axe too.
Hobron is going to come up to you, Odell. Just a few minutes. I'm so nervous. I've never given a quick tour of the garden before, but well, as you can see, most of the vegetables, fruits, berry bushes, things like that, they're all here around the front of the house.
When you said that there were other things going on, what did you mean?
Oh, just so many. Odell, your wisdom save was 14, correct? I think it was. I'm 99.9% certain it was.
I think that sounds right.
Yeah,
I think
and
that sounds
Atticus's
right.
was 17.
Oh,
Hobron looks
might have been once.
just kind of looks down at the ground, and is maybe talking, maybe muttering under his breath, but you can't quite hear it, Odell. But as he's sort of muttering under his breath, he reaches out his hand to kind of try and take yours, if you'll let him.
Yeah.
This old man reaches out.
She's a hand holder for sure.
And takes your hand, and he's still kind of looking down at the ground, just muttering, her favor. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. And as he looks back up at you, there are tears in his eyes. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Oh my, I literally have rolled a 6 like almost every roll this time, and I'm so mad about it. 10.
Okay. On a 10, you couldn't hear him muttering. You get the sense, very, very old man. His mind might be slipping at this point. Whatever he was just talking about made him sad. But he gives you a smile. Kind of like, the tears don't quite fall from his eyes. They just kind of like almost suck back in like a sponge. Very old man. Face is very dry. Let me show you around back, though. The back is my favorite. It's where most of the prettier things are. And leads you around to the back. Atticus and Candor, you approach one of the guard reserves. It is... I'm going to actually roll a little luck check here. It is... I mean, it's getting closer to the evening, which means it's not quite like alarm yet for the raids that have been happening, but it's getting close. A lot of people would be going to their different stations. Does mean like the barracks that were the closest nearby are not one of the watchtowers, so there's a lot of people on patrol and a lot of people that would be headed to the watchtowers. I'm going to roll a luck check to see if there are any town guard left here at the nearby watch station. I'm just going to say you want an 11 or higher on this roll. That's a 19. As you are finishing up, kind of like you see shutting the door, the last person on the way out, as everyone else has already sort of gone to their posts for the evening. There is just kind of an older, little more portly gentleman that is like closing up the guardhouse and looks over to you. You don't recognize him, Candor, but he sees your apparel and immediately clocks you as a member of the town guard and kind of gives you a nod. He's got a little bit of a kind of a sparse mustache and tousled hair on top.
Hey, you're just logging up the guardhouse here. Well, it's getting to be about that time. Can I help you fellas at all?
The time is now for sure. Hi, how you doing? I'm Atticus Phoenix. You may know me from my family's name or the incredible adventures I've been on. You might know the name Derek Journeyman, which is also a surname of mine.
Candor has like responded with immediate city.
Well, you was the fellow we called. You already. You got here right quick.
And here I am, babe, handsome as ever, strong as ever, ready to take on what's going on. Listen. Hey, I'm just stopping by. This is Candor, by the way.
Candor.
Pretty cool guy.
I knew I recognized one of the cleric, two right cleric them. What's that? The Hierophant Salish.
Just full city watch response, sir.
Oh, sure. As you were.
Yeah, so just real quick before I solve this whole problem for you and we can go have a beach day after or something.
We do love our beach days, yeah.
Yeah. I just need, any information you might have or any plans you may have or anything like that pertaining to this undead issue you're having. Any what's the word I'm looking for? Intel or anything
Where's the
of that
dead
sort.
I mean, as best I know is they've been at it for 5 months now. We lost probably a handful of city guard and more than a few townsfolk. It's been awful, really horrible.
Atticus is going to put a hand on his shoulder and look at them with their like beautiful glowing red eyes they have, and is going to be like, I know it's a lot. Just calm down. Calm down. I know. I hear you're talking. It's stressful. I get it. But that's what people like me are here for, to ease those problems. So, what kind of undead are they? Has anyone gotten first person view of them?
The dead kind.
Well,
are we talking zombies, ghouls? Are they a tribe of goblins pretending, wearing the skin of dead people to pretend to be zombie? Like, what are we dealing with?
I myself would refer to these particular characters as ghouls. I must be honest, I've not encountered any of them myself, but well, I was assigned to cleanup duty maybe several days ago in one of the nearby homes, and just, oh God, I don't ever want to see anything like that. Oh, it's terrible.
Atticus.
Terrible.
Candor kind of
Yeah.
starts to butt in. Atticus, we might be able to tell what kind of creatures from their bite marks. Let's go look at the bodies.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Well, if it's like a ghoul-like creature, they just eat it, bones and all. So, you know, or usually.
Fully, the guard that you're talking to, upon the mention of bones and all, like, steps over to the side and just throws up.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just have a very delicate
Jeez
constitution.
Louise. Atticus.
Yeah, what's in?
Yeah, Atticus looks at Candor and is like, yeah, do you have any like bodies here we can inspect real quick?
I'm afraid
Atticus pulls a chair out and lets him sit down in a chair.
I'm
Like
afraid we
gently
we
suggests
have
him into a chair.
no bodies. The ones that aren't devoured, they take back with them. Further inland, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little.
And
hey,
Fully just passes out right there. Between the fear of what
Atticus
is
is-
happening and then having to relive the grisly scene that like this delicate constitution, this town guard.
yeah, Atticus is gonna look at Candor and be like, is this what this city guard is? Is just throws up at the sight of abominations and monsters? And
We did call for help, and I did go to an order looking for help,
yeah,
and
yeah,
just
I
kind
totally
of
get
like
it.
looks off to the side.
I totally get it. I mean, I understand. It's, perilous times. Yeah, well, let's go back to the group. I'm sure, you seem strong and fit and capable and not throwing up at the thought of disfigured bodies and mutilated corpses. So, yeah, you're good in my book, brother. Yeah, let's go with the rest of the group and let's see if we can take care of this. I mean, and as they're walking and trailing off, Atticus says, I mean, Ophelia is one motherfucker on the battlefield, I'll tell you what, and like just keeps walking.
Cool. We cut back to the garden. August, at this point, like if you were done preparing that, would you have just waited at the house or would you have wandered to the back of the garden where
Yeah, I think he knows his way around the garden, so he probably could have figured
Yeah.
out which way they'd gone.
Cool. Yeah.
I think
Hoban
he's
is
gonna
back
get super
here,
close
just kind
though.
of
He's just gonna kind of follow in towards them.
wander around in the garden. Cool. Give me hold on one second, let me find my cue over here. Ophelia. Or sorry, not Ophelia. Odell. Odell, give me perception.
Although honestly, we could switch because like
My
Ophelia
bad.
is great. I
Yeah.
Odell.
feel fine about that.
Odell. Odell, give me a
It's a good name.
perception check.
I do like Ophelia a lot. I didn't think of that one. 17.
Okay. On a 17, you notice something back here. There's like the kind of the back of this house borders up the back of the garden. So back here, not a lot of food. It's mostly, there's so many different kinds of flowers and flowering shrubs and beautiful vines, and it is lush and green back here, and almost kind of over, like, the flowers have taken over them. There's a lot of things that look, there's massive, what look to be almost like 3-foot tall orchids back here. It is beautiful. And truly, I think for a druid to the circle of the unbroken green, you feel that there's a little magic back here. Oberyn cares enough about these plants, and he's put enough of his life and his love into the soil here, and it is come to fruition in the late years of his life. As you're looking around, though, you see something towards the back of the garden. What looks to just be maybe like the base of a statue or something. It's covered by ivy, so you can't see you just kind of see this base, and it is near the back of the garden, kind of before the garden just sort of trails off into swampland.
She would definitely go over to look at it and maybe try to clear some of the vines and stuff off to see it better.
You go to clear some of these vines off. As you're doing this, August, you're back here in the garden too, and Atticus and Kendra, you're kind of just showing up as Odell starts to brush off the ivy and overgrowth. It's not a statue. It's a small altar. Just carved out of stone. Simple. It's not too tall. It doesn't come up, Odell, much higher than your shoulders, the top of it. And it's not... Actually, anyone now who is looking at it who's back here could go ahead and give me an investigation check. You're all back here looking at what Odell was doing.
Well, I got a 6 again. But 7
again.
total.
Okay.
Investigation? 11.
Yes. Okay. It's not so much that there was not detail put into this sculpture. It is more the age of it. As you're looking at it, August, you can see what maybe once was detail has been lost to time, and not just decades, but centuries, perhaps even millennia. It is likely that this statue not only predates the home and the garden, but Port Aimot itself. And more likely than not, most of the villages and settlements here in the Southgreen. Atticus, on that 17, you draw closer. You see everything that August is observing, the age of this altar. And for the first time in your life, you see before you, Atticus, an altar that matches the crest that your father once bore. The Phoenix family symbol as an ancient and weathered altar to a phoenix sits here in the back of the garden. It's kind of like emerging out of what looks like maybe was once like ash, like one wing kind of wrapped around itself, perhaps with like, when it was detailed, once might have been like a flaming wing wrapped and another wing spread and a head that like looked upwards towards the sky as if it was preparing to rise.
This is the weirdest seagull I've ever seen in my life. And then Atticus kind of like looks around and is like, just kidding. This is a phoenix. Hey, where's the gardener at? Why is my family's
Oh.
phoenix
He's
in a...
literally right
my
next to you. He's
I-
that
Oh,
one.
sorry. I
I
just...
apologize. I hate to disturb the plans when they're, I hate, but, now that I think of it, it is a rather beautiful sculpture. So perhaps we could keep the plants cleared off of it back here.
Atticus is staring at this guy like... Why are you shaking? Why are you shaking, friend, when you're saying that?
Oh,
He old.
very old. My bones
I
hurt
would like to make an insight check on this man.
every day. Give me an insight check.
Odell didn't notice anything with Alter because she got distracted by a beetle that was like crawling away when she
Perfect.
cleared the branch.
16 on insight.
On a 16 with insight, this old man is being genuine. He is very old. His bones hurt. And he doesn't like to clear off the flowers, but he thinks the altar's pretty. He approaches it and looks up at the altar, looks up to you with kind of a little half smile. Oh, it's just the sort of secret that Olivia would have loved.
Who is Olivia?
Olivia.
Every one of you that is not Atticus sees Hobrin take the last Phoenix's hand, and Ophelia, he's just kind of mumbling again to you, and you see the tears begin to form in his eyes, but he's just mumbling kind of incoherently, his mind slipping again. Candor, August, you see the same thing, an old man that is slowly losing his mind. Atticus, you heard the word Octavia.
Oh, Octavia was my granddaughter. She's gone now. They're all gone.
What do you mean they're all gone?
I don't know. I don't think so clear anymore. Just these last few months, things have been getting fuzzy. I try to spend as much time in the garden as possible, but everywhere I look, I see footprints, ghosts. Have you come to help us, last Phoenix?
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
Then you'll bring my Octavia back.
I mean, if I am able to, I will try.
All of you see Atticus responding in a perfectly normal way, as if this old man is not just kind of mumbling and babbling nonsensical words.
Yeah. You'll be wanting dinner then. It'll be night soon. And yeah, I should be going in. Isn't safe to be out.
Homer is going to turn, kind of like catches your eye, Odell smiles at you, gives you a nod, and begins to shuffle back towards his house. Atticus.
Can I use healing word to help his bones feel a little better for a while?
You do. You use healing word.
He
use
doesn't
healing
know. I just like whisper
Yeah.
it after him as he's walking away, but
Yeah.
for
What's the
however
word?
long.
What's the word?
I don't think it's in English, or I don't think it's in
Okay.
common.
And perfect. You say something in
Not English.
in
That's
giant,
fine.
in the green speech, the language of the Althka, and straightens up a little bit and starts to walk inside. And right before he gets in, he turns and gives them a look. You take care now, all of you. Take care. And slips into the house. Atticus, give me one more investigation check.
12.
On a 12. Hoban said the thing about his granddaughter disappearing. So many things that had happened. You remember what Port Aimot was like when you've been here before. The smells, the sounds. Something was different about the sounds. Your hand brushes against the small little toy figure in your pocket. You realize something. In all the sounds of Port Aimot, the gulls, the waves, where is the sound of children playing? Where were the children running through the streets, frolicking on the beach, playing in the waves? You have not seen a child since entering Port Aimot. And that is not how you remember it.
Hey, August, Castor,
What do
Where?
you need?
where are all the kids?
Those are the small ones, right?
Hold
Yeah.
on, because as you say this, Atticus, August, you're looking at Atticus, and he starts to go to talk to you, and it just is incoherent mumbling. You don't
Oh.
understand what he says.
Oh no. What is that? What do you want?
Atticus, in this
Odell,
moment, you can give me an Arcana check, if you would like.
God. Okay. I wish I still had my bonus. It's only a 19. But if it was a couple years
Yes.
later, that would have been a great
Hey,
Arcana roll.
Hey, 30 years later. On a 19. Here, Atticus, in the Southgreen, it has been relative peace for some time now, in the whole of Namira. And that means the same here in the Southgreen. There are things, however, that lurk deeper in the swamps and the bogs of this place that are not often spoken of. Of these horrors, ghouls, ghasts, the undead, things like that, from time to time. You realize what is happening in this moment as you speak, and you see, like, August just kind of furrow his brow and look at you. No one else other than this man, like, in meeting with no one has said anything to you about, like, hey, also, we're missing all our children. There is a creature with the ability to not only cover with illusion, but cause people to forget things that they once held dear and to believe in the illusions and the lies that are fed to them. And it has been a long, long time, Atticus Phoenix, since you have had to deal with a swamp hag.
Atticus is like, kind of looks around and like is thinking and like looks over at Odell, and, and is like, I know what it is. I know what's here. It's not zombie. It's not undead. I know what it is that's causing the issues.
It's not undead, but why would they think it is?
It's what everyone's been saying, like creatures of the night coming in. Hey, August Condor, August Candor.
What do you want?
Can you understand what I'm saying? Is it like
You can, yes,
you're not
yes,
responding?
they can now.
What do you mean? Yeah, we could understand you. We can always understand
Can you
except
both-
when you don't say anything that makes sense.
Yeah, I get. Hey, when you think of this beautiful town, what are the noises you think of?
Plop, plop.
What was
That's
that?
water. That's water in the
you-
drains above my house when it rains.
You got the goals. You
Homer
got the
books his head back.
waves.
Is it raining out here? What is that?
This is
Oh.
a very open-ended question.
Oh,
Do
very,
you want to
very
narrow
dry.
it down
Very-
any?
Okay, goodbye.
What people are usually playing on the street? If that,
We don't have time
Musicians,
to play.
athletes.
We've got people dying in the streets.
They're not playing. They're really dead.
all right. Well, y'all left out me on crucial information here. Tell me, is there like a sweet old lady that comes into town? Seems really nice, and then but lives like on the outskirts of town.
Both you can roll me a history check.
Did I hear Atticus okay when he said the thing about the children?
You didn't hear anything about the children. You did hear the swamp hag, which
Okay.
17.
15.
Okay, 15 and 17. You don't know of like any old sweet. There's 3,000 people in this village. You haven't heard of an old sweet lady that lives on the outskirts of town. Kendra, you're trying to think back. The only person new that you can think of that is like you saw of note is, I mean, there's a woman. You've only seen her once. You think that she's probably had a few because there was when you walked in on them once, there was like a familiarity between the two of them, and she quickly left. But tall woman, beautiful, long white hair, very fair, wearing robes similar to, like, very similar to Hierophant Salish's. Speaking with him in low, hushed tones. You can't think of anyone else that you've seen, that didn't seemed out of place or.
I'd lean to Atticus. There was a woman who spoke to the in the clergy. I haven't seen her before.
Are y'all familiar with what a swamp hag is?
Any of you can roll me a nature check or a history check, whichever one you prefer.
A history check or a nature
17.
15.
That's a
9.
raw 17.
Dang! Odell be distracted.
She is she is a distractible sort.
She's got 5 beetles in her hands.
Yeah, there's definitely
Yeah.
a lot in this garden that is distracting her.
You have not, Odell, surprise, like you have not heard of this thing, which maybe is not that strange. You don't often venture outside of Solasa on the Unbroken Green down here into the swamps of the Southgreen. On those history checks, there was one that was a 17. Was there anyone higher than 17?
No.
17.
I don't think it matters because it was low, but mine was a nature check,
Okay,
not a history
yeah.
check.
17 on the history check. God, you can't say that you have heard of a swamp hag before, like here in Port Aimot. Doesn't sound great.
Doesn't sound like a party.
No.
I've heard of it now, and I am not a fan.
Do you know?
Atticus.
Does August know where a swamp is?
The swamp's literally right here. Did
Yeah,
you just
so
say?
like surrounding you here in the Southgreen. Like,
So yes, he does.
yeah, you kind of have to ford through swamps to get to the different like wood groves that you go to collect
Yeah.
materials. and
Odell
stuff.
was literally just going to point out that to Atticus that the swamp is like right there because she doesn't know anything about the swamp hag, but she knows that it's called the swamp hag. So
Yeah.
Well,
All fair.
Have you heard of a
Let
swamp?
me-
There, hag. Oh no, not so much.
found it.
Atticus is great job, y'all. Great job. Teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. Yeah, we're in for a doozy. I'm not gonna lie. We should probably head the direction of that swamp and start investigating. Yeah, and Atticus is just gonna start describing what they know about a swamp hag. Like, usually makes deals that like have dire consequences, like very hard to kill, usually cheats death a lot of different ways, like heavy magic, very dark magic. And would Atticus, I mean, like, I know this as just someone who knows lore, but
Yeah.
would Atticus know like their use of like that they like to like steal children and stuff, but maybe
Yeah.
they can't.
Yeah, you would know that. And I think also the additional little bit of lore that you would know is that they will often use like undead. It's less that these are like undead, like, and probably more like you haven't seen one of these ghasts up close. Very likely that in fact these undead are reanimated by plant matter. So perhaps a combination of both flesh and plant. But again, like they said, there's been no bodies of like these things for anyone to get a look at.
Yeah, we're
August.
going into a big fight.
August, how do you navigate? Do you go by boat?
No, I just walk.
Yeah, you can make it. You can make it through these swamps walking.
Oh,
Most of them aren't too deep until you start really getting in there.
Are you scared of mud?
Well, if we needed a boat, we could go to the city watch and borrow a boat. Use a boat. Not borrow.
I don't think we need a boat.
Yeah, steps back, looks down. No boat.
No
It's best.
I'm gonna, since this is a one shot, I'm gonna smash cut you all into hunting down this swamp hag in the swamps. are there any like little last minute like preparation things that any of you would have wanted to do before leaving?
Odell was just gonna like see if she found anything in the garden that might be useful, like plant. I mean, she doesn't know what really is useful against the swamp hag specifically, but just, any magical plants or something that could potentially be useful.
Okay. Yeah, give me one more nature check.
Come on, don't let me down. Okay, that's better. 22.
On a 22, you do find a fair amount. What are we going to call this thing? Let's make up a plant name on the spot. You find a fair amount. You find a fair amount near the base of the Phoenix altar, actually, of white moss, or sleeper's beard, as it is also sometimes known by. Atticus related the information that they knew about the swamp hag, including, I think, the little bit of lore, too, that I didn't mention that I can't remember if Atticus did or not. If Atticus speaks to you directly of the missing children, none of you, it becomes like washed out, can speak of a hag's penchant for causing people to forget things that they know. Perhaps because his mind is old and ailing, or perhaps because of this, Odell, but you know that having this on hand is said to be helpful especially potent for remembering one's dreams, but you think in this case perhaps for helping them hold on to their memories as well. You're able to gather a bunch of this white moss. As you are all heading out into the swamp, Atticus, you kind of take one last look back, making your way into the swamp. You've kind of just made your way like straight back here in the swamp to look at the garden one last time. And in seeing the altar of the Phoenix one last time, you feel something deep within you stir. Purpose. Something that you can't explain, but that gives you a great deal of courage. And for the rest of the session, you are going to function as if under the effects of a bless spell. So you get a D4 added to your attack rolls and your saving throws. As you are collecting this, I'm going to let you make, because it would let you make the save with advantage. So as you are collecting this, knowing what you know about the white moss as you head into the swamps, do you hand that, do you kind of turn it into like a poultice or a wrap or like a smudge, some kind of aroma? Do you do anything with the white moss or the sleeper's beard, Odell, for you or for the rest of the party too?
Yeah, I think she would hand some out and instruct just as they're traveling to just chew on it, like the way you would chew on like tobacco or something.
Cool. This is going to allow everyone to make the wisdom save that they either sort of happened before this session started a long time ago for those who lived here. And also for you, Odell, the three of you can make a wisdom saving throw.
Wait, me too?
Yep.
Oh, nat 20.
Okay. All right, let's go hunt a swamp hag. What are the other two?
I got an 8.
Okay.
I also got 8.
Candor, Onodel, nothing
both
returns
got
to you.
eaten.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah. August, you begin to chew. You begin to chew on. How could you have forgotten? You remember 6 months to the day. Your best friend Renath came to you. Children were going missing, and the clergy was doing nothing. He had taken it all the way to Hierophant Salish. No action was being taken. In fact, some people looked at him like he was crazy. He began to spend more time out with you, like at the taverns, recanting there are children disappearing and no one is doing anything. Shortly after that, the undead attacks started, and you remember Renath didn't show up at the tavern one night. When you arrived, you were handed a note by the barkeep that just said, "I've gone to find them. I'll be back if I do."
Oh, all right. Well, good luck, I guess, with the thing you're doing.
In the present, August remembers this and does not say anything. Partially because he does not trust the church member who's with them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Candor and Odell, you still are under this, like, clearly now the effects of a spell, but you are blissfully unaware of it. Okay. As you are heading further into this swamp, we're going to do a couple things. Atticus, you've been into deep swamps and bogs before in the Southgreen. August, you've forded a few to get to like a particular grove that was further away that had the type of, or you thought might have the type of wood that you want. Kendra, this is deeper than you've ever gone into the swamps. There's a smell here that is like both bewitching and nauseating. Heady, and it is like the rotting of plant matter and the flesh of things caught in the deep bogs, but also the perfume of vibrant and enormous flowers and plants that are feeding off of this same matter caught in the bog. And as all of you head further into this, I am going to need... Where's my notes? I'm going to need survival checks from everyone.
14.
18.
22.
6.
Okay. On the 6,
R.I.P. Candy.
on the 6 and the 14, Candor and August, both of you are going to take a level of exhaustion fording through these.
At 14? Damn. Okay.
Yeah, DC was 15 or higher. Or, excuse me, 16, because it is a particular spell save that belongs to a particular thing. Odell and Atticus, you're fine. You're not taking a level of exhaustion, but as you are making your way through, truly like some kind of horrific green labyrinth as you go further and further in. The trees that kind of like erupt out of the box seem to, growing closer and closer on each side.
Always some horrible thing in the swamp. There's always, why can't it just be like a really nice place with like a rainbow and like bountiful greens? It's always, no, it's gross and disgusting and horrible, vile things live here.
Because then, Atticus, you wouldn't be a hero.
Yeah, that's very sweet of you to say. I appreciate you thinking that.
Nobody
I just
cares if you fight a rainbow.
like to lay on a patch
Have
of
you
green
fought a
and look at
rainbow?
one time.
I didn't know you
Have
could
I
fight
fought
rainbows.
a rainbow?
Who won?
Believe me, honey, I've had a rainbow every day of my life. I tell you what.
Kendra, as you ask this, you feel something slip by your leg in the bog. Then the other side. Almost like something curling or weaving in between your legs.
Candor freaks out, lowers the torch towards the ground.
Does my danger sense give me an uncanny sense on blah 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 blah? Oh wait, no, that's just if there's a dex saving throw. My bad. I'm sorry for interrupting. I don't know how barbarians work.
Okay. It's okay. Kendra, you feel something butt up against your leg and kind of rebound off the armor. And then you can't see it. Bog is too thick, but it just seems to slide away. Atticus. I'm
Candor
assuming
is
you're,
upset.
yeah, you're at the head of the party, having like gotten everyone this far. Candor and August are looking thoroughly like insect eaten, exhausted from like pushing through the sludge of this bog. You know, right here it's about like just over the knees in depth. What you are wading through, probably honestly though too thick to like a boat would just stand still. Like it would be incredibly difficult to row a boat through this. But Atticus, ahead you see what looks to be a clearing in the bog. Kind of almost this thing which happens sometimes, you know, where like a natural spring is coming out of the ground and perhaps pushing away a lot of the muck and grime. And there's almost a kind of this circular, what looks to be like rock. So it's kind of protecting, and there's kind of this beautiful like green blue pond here in the center of the bog in the trees. And you do see an old man with a fishing rod just like sitting on this rock, casting his line into the water. This time, you know, it's starting to get kind of dark. There's some fireflies flitting around, and honestly, with the exception of the fact that it's kind of a nasty bog that you're wading through, Atticus, you've seen worse bogs. And the old man looks over at all of you and waves. Well, howdy, y'all. What are y'all doing out here? You come to fish too?
No, we came to kill a swamp hag.
A swamp hag? Oh boy, swamp hag. Well, makes sense. If there's a swamp hag, they'd be out here, that's for sure. Yep, swamp hag. Can't say as there's any fishes, though. Haven't caught a thing. Been out here all day.
Atticus draws a sword.
Whoa!
August sees
friend,
that
whoa!
and draws his axe.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I just...
Don't you dare take the name of Jesus Christ in vain.
Yeah. What a thing that I've just said and introduced to the canon. How wild. Well, friend, I'll tell you right now, if it's a fishing rod you're looking for, I have a couple spares. You'll have much better luck with one of those than you will that great big whopper.
Why are we drawing? Are we drawing our weapons on purpose, sir?
Oh my gosh. Atticus is just staring intently at this random, you know, podunk man in the middle of a swamp. Something isn't adding up in Atticus's head.
Give me if you it's specifically the man. Give me an investigation check.
Yeah. Bless doesn't apply to skill rolls, right? Just attack and
Just
saving
attack
throws?
and saving throws. Yeah.
Okay. 16. Rolling a lot of 16s today.
On a 16, Atticus, the old man doesn't make sense.
Just trying to catch some fish here. I've got another rod if you want one. You're much more likely to catch something with that than you are that whopper.
Candor
Got
speaks
another
up.
rod here if you want it. Much more likely to catch something with that.
Candor speaks up. Are you fishing with 2 rods? Do you have enough license for both? Or are you
I've
just
got
fishing
another
with one
rod
license?
here if you want it. Much more likely
think-
than that than you would have with
I
that
think
whopper.
he wants us to touch his rod.
Atticus, you're looking at an illusion. The old man, not there. Give me a perception check.
When she saw Atticus draw his sword, Odell started to move around, like behind, like circle around
Yeah,
the
yeah,
edge.
to flank totally. Odell, you give me a perception. You can make a perception check or a nature check, whichever you would like.
Yeah, Atticus, as soon as it stops making sense to him and kind of realizes it's an illusion, Atticus is gonna say under his breath for the party here, eyes up.
Oh, not eyes up, friend. The fish are down. I've got another rod if you want one. You'll have much more
15.
luck with that.
August takes a bite of beef jerky.
15 on that.
Feeling peckish.
Okay.
He's proteining
15 on the
got
perception. 18
I got 18 on nature.
on nature. I'm going to tell both of you what you see. Atticus, on a 15, an illusion out here, but you look around, you don't see anything, there's no one hiding. So there's no person out here waiting to ambush you, just an illusion here, sitting by this pond. You look down. The pond is fairly large, about 60, 70 feet in diameter. It's kind of not a perfect circle for a pond here. Something doesn't, you smell the bog, yeah. But something even more, something truly rotten. You look again at the water. A dragonfly. Hits the water and almost immediately dissolves into it. Odell, on an 18, you're looking around. You don't hear any creatures out here, you've just realized. For about... Ooh, hold on. I had an amount written here, and it's very important that I know the amount. For about 90 feet in any direction, outside of this, there's nothing, and in fact, it's been a few minutes since you've heard birds, frogs, since you've even heard a fish splash. You look at the pond, and at the same time as Atticus sees it, you see the dragonfly.
Got another rod here, friends, if you're looking to catch a fish.
Everyone, make me a wisdom saving throw.
$18.
And we're exhausted, so it's with disadvantage.
Unfortunately for the two of you, yes.
15.
5.
Thank you for bless.
21.
6.
With a DC of 16. Odell, you look up. Everyone else is just sort of like almost just dead-eyed, staring at this old man, raising their hand to a rod that is offered. Except it is not a rod. You see first one, not a rod, but almost like the stamen of a plant or some odd straight tentacle, this little thing with a little frond on the end offered towards Atticus. Another one towards Candor. Another one to August. You've seen this before? In small things. Odell. A fly trap. A pitcher plant. A plant with just enough natural instinct to lure prey in and then devour them whole. This is essentially an enormous mimic. And everyone else is entranced by like these little fronds that it has put out.
Centered in like the lake area?
You are looking at the lake. That is not a lake. That is stomach acid.
Okay. I'm going to cast Spear of the Land centered directly on what appears to be like the central point of.
You think if this is the stomach and it's offering the things from like the pit, you think the center of it is like over top of where this illusion is being cast.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm gonna cast Spear of the Land right there.
Is that a? Do you make a? I think you make a spell attack for that, right? What does it say on there?
It
do I
says
make a
you
save?
cause an eruption of the terrain, yada yada yada.
I think. Let me look. I'll look at your sheet real quick too, because I've got here. I'm pretty sure it's a spell attack.
Yeah, it's a spell attack.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I got distracted. I was just trying to see if it would affect. No, I don't think it'll affect anyone else.
No, it won't.
They're far enough away.
So yeah, roll me a d20, and then you're adding 6 to this roll.
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh.
So I guess 7.
Odell, yeah,
a nat 1, you guys. I'm so sorry.
It's a nat 1 in this
was my best effort.
unfamiliar place. You go to summon up what you're used to. You go to reach soil, plants, stone, things you're familiar with shaping in the Unbroken Green and in Solasah. It's not just some natural plant here. This thing was put here, almost grown by intention, and you feel a deep and wicked magic emanating from this place, and you can't. The spirit itself just doesn't. I think it does have a spell effect though, whether it hits or not. Right? What's the secondary effect? I think there's it might have to hit, but I think there's a possibility that it doesn't have to hit. Hold on. I think I've got your
Yeah.
character
Oh,
sheet here.
sorry, I
can
was
look.
muted. Yeah, it says hit or miss. It explodes afterwards, and the target and any other creatures within 5 feet make a dex save. On a failure, they take 2d6 piercing damage.
It's just within 5 feet, so it's not gonna. No one else is close enough to the center of this thing yet. Like none of your party is to have to roll. This thing is gonna roll a dex save.
I just didn't know if the nat one was bad enough that like the other part just didn't work either.
No, it works. And on a natural one for this creature.
Oh, thank God.
Like you can't summon up the spear the way that you intended, but still your magic weaves through this place and there's just kind of an eruption, like soil goes everywhere. Some of the acid from the pond begins to leak out. You see the image flickers for a moment. I've got another rod ready. Disappears. Attacking like this, very good thing to do. It breaks the charm effect that was occurring to Candor, August, and Atticus. All three of you immediately snap out of it. You see the old man is not there. There are 3 weird looking like little fronds like waving in the air. Like acid is beginning to trickle out of this pond. You are in a bog. You all realize you are in a lot of trouble. And I need everyone to roll initiative.
And that was 2d6 piercing damage was the damage
Cool.
that thing does.
12.
Oh, I rolled nat 20 that time
Oh,
for initiative.
okay. That is going to come in very handy. I will tell you
5.
that what is about to happen, initiative order is important.
I rolled
Odell-
a nat 20 plus 2, 22.
Okay,
Oh yeah, I guess
let's
technically
go.
mine would be nat 20 plus also 2.
Okay. It's Candor third and Atticus last with a 5. This is a little bit, it's not really quite a combat. What is about to happen here is a turn-based avoidance of an incredibly deadly trap. However, with 2 nat 20s, Odell and August, you are going to be acting before any of this trap starts to spring. And on a nat 20, because it can't activate its effects yet, you get to... Both of you give me perception checks, and I'll let you do them with advantage. Because of those
Actual
nat 20s on
advantage or
initiative.
canceling out my other thing?
I guess for you, yeah, you just be rolling it flat.
I got 16.
Oh shit, dirty 20. That was a 17 plus 3.
Both of you look. Your only chance, right? Like if you begin to see about 90 feet away, rippling around the edges of the bog as like what look to be almost like edges or perhaps lips begin to like fold up on all sides, like slowly emerging from the bog. If you don't get out of here, this thing is going to shut on all of you and you will be trapped in here with that acid, which will like then disperse and quickly begin to digest you. Your best choice here is to run. And Odell, it's your turn first.
So only we don't all see the thing lips gross happening. Just us that rolled nat 20.
Because you're acting quickest, so like I mean they will on their turns, but
okay. Yeah, I think definitely Odell would, especially to Atticus, just make sure that he knew, like just yell run or something.
Yeah.
And then she would just run to the closest edge, which I think at this point is like a different area than like where everybody else is, but to the closest edge of where it looks like it's closing.
Yeah.
And use her staff to like vault over the lip of the.
Cool. So here's what I will tell you. The edges, both your perception checks were good enough to spot this. The edges.
Oh, it's 90 feet away.
90 feet away. Also, you are moving through difficult terrain. So if you take your turn to take a full dash action, you can move 30 feet since it's difficult terrain. But it takes all your action and all your movement to get 30 feet, which means you're 3 turns away from getting to the edge of this thing on a dash at your current movement speed.
How tall are the trees in the swamp?
There are no trees in this 90-foot clearing.
Wow, that seems like new information. Is the man in the boat in danger? No, I'm just kidding.
I run to save the illusion.
That illusion's gone.
Yeah, I think August. Oh wait, I'm sorry. We're on turns right now.
Sorry.
No, it's
Sorry,
okay.
I was being slow.
Yeah, no, just trying to figure out what you can do.
And you said there's no. Oh wait, what happens if I turn? What happens if I use wild shape? Can I cover a greater distance? Is there like a bird or something I could turn into?
So
fly away and leave everybody.
Fly up too.
So here's the deal.
Yeah.
I don't like. There's a thing in 5e where like when you wild shape until you get to a certain level, even if the animal's like a quarter challenge rating or what, it like won't let you have a fly speed with your wild shape. I think that's dumb. I don't think having like a fly speed makes you overpowered, especially if your hit points are still low and you're. So in this case, Odell, yeah, you can turn into something that flies, which means immediately you're going to ignore difficult terrain. You can't turn into anything that has a fly speed over 30. So it's not like you can, but having that fly speed of 30 and then being able to dash means that you can move 60 feet.
Okay, I am going to turn into. What bird of prey would live in a swamp? Like an osprey or something?
You can do an osprey, yeah, for sure.
Something
Osprey,
with pointy
kingfisher,
bit.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to, I guess like fly as far as I can towards the edge, but also like get a aerial view so that I can like kind of be aware of like what's happening and maybe be able to communicate.
It's 90 feet to the edge, so we could say if you are using a dash, you get to move a full 60 feet, so we could split it and say you go 45, which will cover half the distance, and then 15 feet up to kind of like give you a little bit more of a viewpoint of everything.
Sorry, I'm just trying to. All your skills and abilities remain the same. Can I still communicate in wild shape?
You can't use language. All your skills remain the same, but you can't speak.
Okay, I'm still gonna do that.
Cool. You see, Odell, you say run and you're up there in the sky. August,
where did she go?
That is your turn. On a 20, I'm going to give you a little bit more information, and it's just going to be technical, but I think the 20 is good enough to spot it. You run the math. At the rate that this thing is closing, you have 5 rounds to get out of here. Again, moving through difficult terrain on a full dash action, you can get 30 feet. It's 90 feet to the edge. So technically, you can get there in 3 rounds of full sprinting. So, that gives you 12 seconds to spare if you, at a dead sprint now, start running for it.
Yeah.
It also gives you 2 extra rounds to play with.
I'm going to sprint on this turn.
Cool. You just start running. You're 30 feet closer. You're 60 feet away now. Hold on. 45 feet out, 15 up. I'm just going to write little notes on here to keep track of everyone's distance. So August, you're 60 feet out. That is the Mimic's turn. On the Mimic's turn, more of these fronds, almost like little kind of like Venus flytraps themselves now, come up out of the bog and are going to attempt to latch to both. I mean, August, like everyone that is in the bog. Odell can't reach you. You're 15 feet up. Was very smart to go up and get off the ground, because everyone else, I need you to make a dexterity save to avoid getting like grappled by these little fronds that it's trying to pull you down with.
With disadvantage, right?
For Candor,
14.
it would be, yeah, because the exhaustion.
This bless sucks. I rolled a 2 and then I rolled my d4 and got a 1, so 3 total.
Oh,
Oh no.
I got a 5.
okay. August, what about you?
14.
Okay. On a
Eli,
14?
sorry, real quick, are we getting a break tonight at all, or should I just duck out while you?
Oh,
all are
maybe
doing
dip
your
out.
turn?
Yeah, I didn't even think
Okay.
about it because of the one shot.
Just
I've
making
just been
sure.
like plowing forward.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Does danger sense matter? Advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that you can see, such as traps and spells?
Yes. So you'd get to roll it flat.
Okay, then I get 18.
Okay, August, you beat the DC. Your movement is not hampered. You don't get grappled by these things. You're fine. Candor and Atticus, snaking up you and then lashing in. You are bound in place in this bog. That is the Mimic's only action on its turn. Candor, it's your turn next. In order to get out of this grapple, I need you to use your action to make a contested athletics or acrobatics check.
So this is a grapple, which is an attack, right?
You're escaping a grapple, but
Yeah.
it is a, now that you failed the dex save, it is a grapple on you. So it's like trying to escape this thing.
Well, I was just, because with protection, if I'm within 5 feet of Atticus, I'd be able to impose disadvantage on an attack roll. So I wanted to just clarify that. But
Ooh.
it's grapple. And then
No,
Warding
you know
Flare-
what? I like the flavor of that, because that's the thing that you have with your shield, right?
Yeah.
If you have a shield. I like the flavor of that. Atticus, you get to roll your dex save with advantage.
It's 22. No.
Candor, why don't you tell me what it looks like as you use your shield in this bog to do something that may potentially save Atticus's life, as you prevent this thing from grappling him.
Cool. So that's a reaction. So Candor is kind of like he's already really worried because of his feet's been kind of touched and slithered around. So he's been paying attention to that. And with everything that's been going on with the last 6 seconds, his senses are paying attention to this. So as he sees the tentacles trying to come up and roll around him, Candor's going to use his shield to just knock him off of Atticus's feet.
Cool.
And I think that also while he goes to do that, it just starts wrapping around him, so he's got to deal with that.
Yeah.
That's probably why he'd be failing.
Yep.
But yeah.
Help someone up to fall down yourself. Candor, it's your turn. You can give me, it's contested. You're going to be giving me an athletics or an acrobatics check, your choice. I will tell you the DC that you're trying to beat. The Mimic adds 6 to this check. And that is an 18 on the die for a total of 24.
To beat. Great. Okay.
You gotta
So-
match it or beat it.
And this is a dex save.
It's an acrobatics check or an athletics. You're to break out of a grapple. Your choice,
Oh,
whichever's
okay.
better for you.
Acrobatics. So that's, and not at disadvantage because it's not an ability, it's a skill.
Yep.
1d4.
you meet it. You are able to like you went down and like got buried yourself to give Atticus the little boost out of there. But Candor, what does it look like as you like rip out of these restraints yourself?
I think it's gonna look like Candor pushing himself off of the shield that he just used to kind of like bury into the ground, and as he's like pushing off out of the mud and out of the vines, he's taking his shield with him, and then he casts resistance on Atticus and yells, "Get out of here!" and starts making for the edges of the burrow or of the
Okay,
clearing.
cool. You can make it, not taking a dash, you can make it 15 feet.
Yeah.
Which puts you are 75 feet out still from the edge. Atticus, it's your turn, but you are not restrained. You can take a full dash action if you want.
You also have a
Yeah, how
D4 2 saving throws.
Yeah. Like on top of my bless.
Yeah, you have resistance.
Oh, sick. So how far is Castor away from me?
Candor is...
Or Kendor,
I mean,
sorry.
Candor started moving and went before you, so actually Candor is 15 feet closer to the edge than you are. You're still the full 90 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna dash all the way to Candor.
Cool. I mean,
I
you
can
can
make
make it. Here's the thing: you can make it to Candor without dashing. So you can make it to Candor
Okay.
and still have an action left, or you can keep dashing and make it another 15 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna make it to Candor, and I'm gonna look at him and say, "Let me return the favor," and I'm gonna try and grab them and fucking throw them as hard as I can,
Okay.
like to the edge.
Yeah, I love it. There's history for Atticus doing this. I guess in the future, but also probably in the past. Go ahead and make me an
Oh,
athletics
Atticus has
check.
done this
Move.
so many times.
Yeah, make me an athletics check.
Atticus learned this when he was 9.
I am gonna say, I mean, Candor, what kind of are you wearing? You're not wearing full plate. What are you wearing?
Light armor. I'm wearing studded leather.
Oh, just light armor. Okay, great.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
plus 6 to athletics still, so
So here's what I'm gonna say. Still, you're still tossing a man, Atticus.
yeah.
Here's the deal. I'm going to set to like toss any sort of distance at all, and not just kind of like I'm gonna set the DC at a 15 athletics.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. So I have to roll
At a 15 athletics, you can huck Candor another 5 feet. For each like extra after that DC 15, you can huck him another foot and we will round up. So a 16 through a 20 gets him 10 feet. A 21 through a 25 gets him 15 feet, and so on.
Okay. Yeah, so I have to roll a 10, at least a 10, or at least a 9, because I have a plus 6 in athletics. It's
Yeah,
my
9. So that would get him
proficient
5
in
feet.
You also have a +4 to your saving to it's your saving throw, not your ability.
Yeah.
that. Yeah. All right. How far does a nat 20 get him?
He
Just
wild
throws
shapes
them all the way
into
back
a
to the
herd.
town.
Atticus.
How far does a nat
Candor.
20 get him?
Candor is level
Atticus.
with Odell in air, and then peaks
Yeah.
at that height, and then goes down.
Atticus, you like you're gonna be able to huck him like within 10 plus 6. You're gonna like, he was 75 feet out. You're cutting. He's only gonna be 30 feet from the edge after this throw, so you're getting him a full 45 feet. As you use Candor as a human discus, tell me what this looks like.
Atticus like grabs him by the like his belt loop or like his belt and like just like starts spinning like it's what's that sport called where you like
Discus?
like, what is
Shot
that?
put?
Wrestling.
Shot put, yeah. Yeah. So
Basketball.
Atticus like lifts him up, and his like Candor's ass is like on the palm of his hand, and he does a spin and like puts his other hand and just shot puts him out.
Oh my god.
I feel like because this is all within like 6 seconds of
Dressage.
all of this just happening, it's definitely a running along and then a launch at 15 feet.
Yeah, truly
Bird
you cover
Odell just
an
lets out
incredible
like an
amount of, yeah.
appreciative caw
Kendra,
and,
you go like
flies.
sailing through the air and kind of like pass, because you do pass Odell. You're now closer to the edge than Odell is. Like you pass Odell in air and then come plummeting down into the bog. You're still 30 feet out from the edge, but you're only 30 feet. That's one dash action through difficult terrain. Atticus, that's your full turn. Truly spectacular, truly a spectacular display of athletics. That goes back to the top of the initiative order. There are now 4 turns left before this thing closes. Odell, it's your turn.
Yeah, I feel like she just sees Candor like fly past, and she's just like, what the? But just keeps flying and
Cool.
headed.
I mean, here's the
towards
thing. You're let's see, you're 45 feet out from the edge. On a dash action, like you can be fully out of danger this turn. So if you want to get to the edge and then try and maybe from the edge figure out a way to help
I think I will only do my regular movement amount, but can I reserve my attack for if I see anyone like as their turns go from
Yeah,
above?
so I'll tell you what you
like
could
if anything
do.
comes
Yeah.
up, I can like dive bomb to help.
If you want to
like,
hold your action to give someone the help action on their turn to like help them out, it's not going to
Yeah.
put you in any risk. So if you want to, I mean, you can stay close enough, like right now with your speed and hold, like if you stay right where you are, you're close enough to help out everyone, Atticus included, if you just kind of stay in this space and wait.
okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, cool. August, that's you. You're 60 feet from the edge.
August. I think I just used my normal movement to move closer to the edge. What does the edge look like at this point?
The edge, it's just lifting higher. You start to see like edges of.
It's just like wall, fleshy wall.
I said lips, and it is almost like curling petals or leaves, but like kind of thick and fleshy too, as they begin to.
Picture Audrey too.
Yeah, come up on either side. It's not great.
August is going to use his action to throw a javelin through that of my 4
Ooh.
javelins that barbarians have.
Okay. Yeah, I mean you're
4
60. What's the range on those? Because you're 60 feet from the edge.
It's 30 feet is the normal range,
And
but
then
up
extended?
to 120 feet is at disadvantage. But I figure if I'm throwing it at a wall, that's not terrible.
It's not super high, and you were already at disadvantage anyway because of exhaustion on attack rolls.
Oh, that does attack rolls? I thought it was only ability checks.
Oh, I could. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is just ability checks.
Yeah, it's 3rd level exhaustion for attack. and
You're
saves.
right. Okay, cool.
Oh,
Um,
and saves. So the 1st level exhaustion is only for skills.
Yeah,
yeah,
not for
did-
saves.
oh,
we
yeah.
messed up earlier,
We did.
but I didn't find that out until after. I just let
Yep.
it go.
You're right.
Oops.
Okay. Well, whoops.
Whoops.
So you would be still making it a disadvantage though, because it's at your extended range. But yeah.
Yeah.
Make me an attack roll. It's not a high AC to hit.
Okay, I have to look at my sheet real quick. I forgot how attack rolls happen on my thing. Where's my thing? I don't know this character. I couldn't find my bonus. +5 is an 18.
You hit it. Roll damage for me.
Eight.
Okay. On an 8, you see it strikes, hits. It just kind of like, you see that little part like kind of quiver and pull back, but much like a petal, it almost just kind of like folds in, and as that little part pulls back, other parts kind of fold in. You think, I mean, maybe you slowed it down a little bit, but it is hard to tell. You've still got your move action.
Yeah, I just sprint the other 15 feet as best as I can.
Okay, cool. You are 45 feet out from the edge. That is the Mimic's turn. It's going to trigger that dex save again for anyone within the bounds. Odell, again, you don't have to because you are flying up there, but I need everyone else to make me a dexterity save. And I think, Atticus, you get not only your D4 of Bless, but because it's your next save, a D4 on your resist. So 2D4 plus your roll to...
15.
16.
Go.
18.
18. You all... Odell, you look down. They're all able to dodge the, like, no aid necessary. None of these fronds that come up, they all fall short. That is the Mimic's turn. Candor, it's you. You're 30 feet from the edge.
I'm going to move 15 feet in the continued direction, and I'm going to turn around, and I'm going to fire an arrow towards the center of this thing.
Ooh, towards the center. Give me an attack roll.
Nine plus 5, that's 14.
Cool. On a 14, you fire. Are you firing like towards the pond or towards the edge of the pond?
The center of the pond. Like the center of the pond.
Okay. You fire towards the edge of the pond. It hits. Go ahead and roll damage for me.
Six.
Okay. You see arrow strikes in. You see steam come up from the acid. It's hard to tell if it's like if it's slowing it down. Like, you can see that the edges are still closing, but you now, Candor, are only 15 feet out from the edge.
That's okay.
Candor, that's your turn. Atticus, it's you.
Atticus is gonna... I have an invasive thought right now, but I don't think I'm gonna honor it.
God.
Yeah, Atticus is gonna just fully dash. Is going to dash, trying to get out of this thing.
Okay. Before you do it, because this might... I like that you had an invasive thought just now.
Should I honor the invasive thought?
Roll
Should
me
I honor the...
Please tell me it was picking himself up.
Before
and
you take the
throwing
dash
himself.
action, give me a perception check.
A self throw. A self hurdle.
Hoists himself by his own petard.
Yeah.
10.
Okay. Yeah, it's up to you. Looks like a nasty situation. You should get to the edge of this thing.
Should I honor my invasive character thought?
I mean, it is Atticus, so I
Yeah.
think you should play it to how Atticus might
I say
play the
burn it all
situation.
down.
Ah, fuck. Okay. Atticus looks at the party and then looks back at this like thing he presumes to be the mouth. And he then like feels his earring that has phoenix feathers on it. And he's thinking to himself, he's like, when one of these burns up, I erupt into a massive ball of flame. And this acid might be flammable as well. And then Atticus like turns and runs towards the mouth of it, wielding his sword.
Jesus Christ. Cool. Are you just like cannonballing into the mouth?
Yeah, I am diving sword first into the mouth of this thing, to hopefully, I mean,
Yep.
I feel like
Yep.
Atticus has done some crazy stuff in his life.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, in current campaign, he's down to 1 feather, right? So this would
Here-
explain how he lost.
Here
one.
we go.
Sorry, invasive thought came through. I'm like, huh, I
Okay.
wonder.
Atticus, you dive into the stomach, sword first, the only thought in your head, like, you don't want this thing out there. It needs to be dead. It is, like, abhorrent. It is, like, it's out of place here. This is the Southgreen. You are its protector. Don't leave things like this out here. You dive in. You, just like lava in the stomach acid, you are going to take 8d10 damage. Rolling it on the camera. So far we are at... Jesus. 44.
And the swamp hag's problem was never resolved.
Atticus, it's... Hold on. 57 points of damage.
Oh, down, completely down. Not like.
Is it
probably
double?
That's
Is it double your...
no.
Okay.
Because I have 42 hit points.
Okay. But fully down.
yeah.
Atticus,
Okay.
give me one last perception check with advantage.
And then I get a 1d4 on top of that, or 2d4s from resistance.
Resistance doesn't give it to the perception check, and neither does bless. So it's just, but it is with advantage.
Oh yeah, saving throws.
Yeah.
Oh, bless doesn't. Okay, so 19. Or sorry, perception, dirty 20.
Atticus, burning away at your skin, searing pain envelops your entire body. Any parts on Atticus right now that are sporting a little bit of the phoenix rot seared off, as you know, you've had a few deaths before that have caused something similar to happen. As this is all dissolving, the sword doesn't dissolve. Burning with a golden flame in your hands, it is just enough to light. Like your eyes are still open in this pond of stomach acid, and as your vision begins to go blurry at the bottom of the pond, you see something easy to miss. The ground down here, stone, soil. There is a small hatch carved into the base. And then everything goes dark. All of you see Atticus dive in like this. You hear a low reverberate throughout. There's kind of like a shuddering as the lips at the edge quiver a little bit. And then in a pillar of fire that is truly spectacular, it just erupts out of the center of this pond. Like, it's sending acid everywhere, but none of you are close. Like, there's no acid danger to any of you. You're all far away enough. Like, truly, like the biggest mortar firework ever. It just erupts in this column of flame. This low shriek just echoes throughout the space. The lips begin to violently shake and then just down into the bog. The acid disperses enough like through the area that it's not going to make the bog itself really that corrosive anymore. It kind of just, the pH balances out. All of you are looking at a smoking crater in the center of this swamp. And you're all out of initiative order.
Odell shrieks, she's a bird still, and then dives towards the crater, and then like literally as she hits, like is landing in the spot where, or about to like make contact with the ground at the spot where Atticus went under, she like shifts back into her normal form and like lands on 2 feet and is like looking for him.
Odell, you land. You begin to search for Atticus. Soot and ash blow around your ankles in this space. You're wading through it. It's just like a crater has completely destroyed. And you look in the center of the blast mark. There is just a hole. Appears to go straight down. The rest of you, if you're all coming over to investigate, could have caught up by now too.
Yeah, Kandor is rushing back over, just like absolutely cursing to himself. Why did he run back? What the fuck just happened? And comes running up to that crater.
Yeah. All of you look down the crater. You don't see Atticus anywhere here, like in the crater, but there is this hole. There are vines that descend down. Like it looks like something that was covered up by the ground, that whatever that pillar of fire was exposed. And now you can see just all these ancient vines hanging down, just kind of descend straight down this shaft into whatever it leads to.
Odell definitely just starts to climb down.
Cool.
Yeah, Kandor is without second thought right now. He saw a phoenix go down, and he is looking for that phoenix now.
You all get to the bottom. I'm going to change the little down here. There is a hollow in the earth that you have all climbed down into, like the dirt above kind of forming its ceiling. But because of the humidity and stuff down here, like it's actually a pretty massive hollow, and there is rain down here. Which, granted, it's like dripping from above, but it's by the time you get down these vines, the ceiling of earth above you is about 80 to 100 feet up. And before all of you, there is a large, kind of what looks to just be a stone mausoleum, covered in overgrowth and moss. The rain is pulled up enough that there's, small puddles reflecting in front of the mausoleum. And a figure lying here on the ground in front of the mausoleum. And Atticus, do you want to describe to me and everyone else what it looks like as you emerge from the ashes.
Yeah, you probably, like, as you walk up, you see, like, just a horribly, like, mutilated body from, like, acid and stuff. And you just see, like, this, like, dark smoke kind of, like, surround it. And then it just, like, comes back up. And it's just Atticus, how you saw them, like, 5 minutes ago. And he goes, dang, that was crazy. That was so stupid of me.
Oh no, everyone,
we-
the acid has taken effect and we're seeing things now.
Does Adele know? Like, she's known Atticus for a long time, right? So does she know that this is the thing that
Oh, yeah.
Atticus does?
Yeah,
Okay.
you've never seen it before. This would be the first.
Are you undead now?
Nope. I'm just as I was the day before and the year before and the decade before and the century before.
The what
I
now?
mean, he did die, but now he's back. I didn't like it, Atticus.
I don't know. I saw no other way. I thought I couldn't let all of you get eaten by this thing, and if that thing was its stomach, I assumed if I, did my Phoenix thing, then maybe it'd give you a fighting chance or kill it.
Just maybe a warning next time.
Yeah. I could have warned you at least. It was in the moment. I don't know. I thought about running and then a thought popped in my head and I had to try. I mean, I'm expendable.
You could have tried running out too. That wouldn't have put you in danger. What if that didn't work
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, but it's cool it did, huh? It was fucking cool that thing blew up.
All of you
I
give
think at
me
least. Where are we?
all of you give me a perception check.
10.
12.
11.
I'm rolling so bad tonight. 7.
I am
Okay.
too, except that one nat 20. Everything else is not great.
I heard a 10 and 11, right? Were the two highest?
12.
11.
12. Candor and Odell. You hear something. The faintest voice echoing out of the mausoleum. Hello? Hello?
Do you hear that?
Candor is going to cast the light on his holy symbol, which is kind of like bound to his shield. And he's gonna call out for that voice.
Yeah, what do you say?
He just kind of yells back, "Yeah, hey!" Just dumbfounded with this absolute situation, and then he starts to hear a little voice.
Help! Help! We're all down here. Help!
You hear a few other small voices begin to
Help us! Help us!
Can I like discern where it's coming from? Like which?
It's coming from the
direction?
mausoleum. Sounds like it's coming through like earth, stone, it's very muffled, very faint.
Do you guys hear children?
Candor's
Does
kind of
everyone
gonna
hear the word that August says?
In
Candor's
this
making eye
space,
contact again.
Atticus, I want you to roll some damage for me. We're going to see how much damage you did to the spell effects in this place when you Phoenix Fireballed it. So go ahead and roll me 8d6.
8d6?
8d6.
When Atticus resurrects, does he just come back at like full health and full everything, 100%?
Yeah.
Odell just starts walking towards the sound.
Cool. You start walking towards it.
26.
26. You've decimated a lot of the latent spell effects in here. The memory returns to you, like Candor, as you start to walk towards the mausoleum. Oh my god. The children. The children have all been gone. Like, over the last 6 months, you can't think of the last time you saw a child. And no one's been talking about it. And now you hear them.
It kind of makes Candor start to rush a little quicker on his pace into the
Yeah.
mausoleum.
You rush into the mausoleum. Go ahead. You hear, like, at this point, like, there's
Cautiously.
a lot of, like, kids shouting out, and it's still incredibly muffled. Even you run into the mausoleum. Give me a perception check. Anyone else who's run into that mausoleum can also give me one.
23.
23. You look
I
around.
got 18.
Okay, cool. All of you, this clearly a lair of some sort. This mausoleum has been outfitted with all different manner of, you see here, like small craven altars, little broken bones of small animals, runes and arcane circles painted in blood, soil, and other things perhaps even less savory. This is clearly the lair of the hag. On the 23, you're looking around, Candor. You see a body, skeleton, like, looks like pieces of it have been, but like there's still some flesh on this skeleton, but it looks like pieces of it have been picked away slowly over time, whether it was some form of torture or it was just a steady supply of ingredients. You do recognize the body of Renath, still clothed in his cleric vestments. And on the floor, a small crack in the tile of the mausoleum that you hear the voices floating up from. You think they're here underneath the mausoleum.
Is there any, like, passageways, or is there, like, a crack in the floor that's, like, either big enough to look through or to, like, try and
There's for sure a crack big enough to try and open it up, not to look through, but it's like this big slab of stone that's been set into its place on the floor. There's enough space to try and get some fingers in there, though, if you want to try and lift it.
I'm gonna yell for Atticus and August to come.
Okay, cool. Yeah, if all three of you are helping, all three of you go ahead and make me athletics checks.
Tyler is dealing with dogs. That's okay. Athletics, 19.
11.
25.
25.
Go, muscle.
Atticus and Candor, you lock eyes with each other. August puts his back into, like, all of you. The massive block of stone moved aside, and you look down. In the dim light of the space, it takes a moment for your eyes to adjust. But then you see it. There are... God. There must be several hundred children all down here, like tucked into different... It looks like this like little layer underneath the layer has catacombs that go back who knows how many hundreds of feet.
Atticus
dirty.
does this.
Yeah.
Goes like this, and then he goes, "Where is she?"
We haven't seen her. We haven't seen her in a long time.
August.
Usually at night she goes away.
August
we don't
goes
hear
to
her
run
up
off.
here.
And checks on him and checks his pockets. Sorry, we're a little desynced.
You go to look at Renath. Give me an investigation check.
Candor cracks a flare and tosses it down to like the children.
Yeah, you see there's like, again, like there's those vines. You don't think this hag bothers with ladders or anything, but there's enough, like, as the kids see the top, like already kids are scrambling to begin to climb up out of
17 on the
this
investigation.
layer. On a 17, August, you are looking at the body of your friend, Renath. He did what he said he would do. He would leave, and he wouldn't come back without the children. Pieces of him have been removed for what perverse arcane reasons you don't know. Maybe sustenance, maybe power, maybe pleasure, maybe some combination of all three. Within the pocket of his robe, you find a note. As you go to pull it out, you look at it. Just a little reminder, maybe written by a scrap of paper stolen in this space. Maybe it's been in Renath's robes ever since he chose to become a cleric of Lunarum. You see, it just reads, "For a world filled with light."
August, I don't know, does some kind of rite. He closes his eyes, he pats his chest, he arranges his hands, and then he joins the others.
Cool. At this point, I mean, you've already got like 40 kids or so that have climbed, more like by the dozens. They're just coming up. The one...
Hi. Do you know my grandpa?
Who's your
Can I make-
grandpa?
Can I make a history check to see if I know?
Does he
Open
tend the
my-
garden?
Like, yeah. My grandpa,
Yeah,
Holbrin.
he sent
know
me here
him.
to get you.
He did?
Oh yeah, can't wait to see you.
Okay. I want to go. Can we go?
Atticus, how are we
Attic-
going to get so many children back safely?
I don't quite particularly know. The swamp is going to be hard for them to travel through.
We can do it. A lot of us, this is our home, and we don't come this deep in the swamp because we're not supposed to. but we can do it. We're brave.
All right. How about this? August and me will take front, and then the other two, you two will take the back. All right. So we have all the kids in between us, so we can keep eyes, and August and I can keep eyes out front.
Does Candor recognize any of the children now that that's kind of like lifted?
You recognize a lot of them.
Do I recognize that one? The one
You
that's
do.
speaking?
Octavia, yeah, the daughter of Gardner Hobron.
Candra's like, I bet you wish you had a boat now.
So no.
It's a good thing we didn't bring a boat. It wouldn't be big enough for all these kids.
It wouldn't have gone through the fire. A pillar.
Yeah. Atticus is gonna lean over to Odell and go, I know you know, like, you're inclined to magic and can sense things. Hags are tricky as fuck. They will do, pardon my language, kids. And he's gonna like step away
All of them's
farther
like,
with Odell.
fuck.
He's gonna push Odell away a little bit from the kids and go, hags are tricky as fuck. If you get into their area, they usually have protective stuff. Do you have anything that can snuff that out, or do you know any way to?
1 second. Let me look at my sheet. I don't think I
Odell
have anything.
pulls out a character sheet.
One moment.
One moment.
Not
go
a
ahead.
character. I don't think I have anything specific, but I could do an Arcana check probably just as a
Yeah,
magical.
yeah, make me an
person,
Arcana
right?
check.
Like,
Yep, for sure.
yeah, I'll check the perimeter, and
I have
Odell's gonna
something
like
that might
walk
help.
around.
And August holds up his axe.
That is helpful.
Do you,
Is Candor within that conversation, or is
Yeah.
he?
Yeah, for sure.
Candor says like Lanirim's will show the way, and I cast detect magic.
Cool. You cast detect magic. It's the hag's lair. It goes off like steeped in ancient and truly in this space, like a swamp hag, but truly a perversion of nature. It is a blight upon the Southgreen here, and exists to devour.
There's no magic
consume.
auras around the children, are there?
None around the children.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, is there any objects that stand out along the mausoleum, or that have?
There's a lot
heavier-
here. There's a lot of pretty dark shit here. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, with advantage.
Oh.
Unless the light of Lunera or whoever can give me advantage, I got a really low Arcana check, so I don't think
Okay.
I found anything.
I got 11, and can I roll that with guidance
Yeah.
without messing my detective
Yep.
magic? 13.
I rolled 19 on Arcana.
Oof. Okay.
Thank you for the D4.
Yeah. Two things. Atticus, on the 19, I will tell you that the best thing, if the swamp hag isn't here, the best thing that you can do is catch them away from their lair. So not only is it behoove you to get the kids out of here and back home, fighting a hag in their lair, not great. Gonna probably be bad and might not go your way. You've never fought something quite that tough before. This is an old and ancient evil entity. Catching them outside their lair, outside their space of power, gonna go a lot better for you.
Yeah, Atticus is like, let's get the fuck out of here. Sorry. Let's get the frick out of here, y'all. And let's make that formation and go. And Atticus is gonna start helping kids out of the hole.
Yeah.
And
Kander, you don't see anything that would be of use. There's a lot of pretty nasty stuff here that, as a cleric of Lunarum, you really don't want anything to do with. Yeah, I think based off the checks, that's what you find. If you're getting the kids out of here, we'll do this just because we kind of like have one last thing to get through for this one shot. I will ask before, is there anything that anyone wants to do in this space before we smash cut out of here?
I want to set it on fire somehow. I want to burn it all.
Hey, no problem. You already busted so many of the spells and protections here when you fucking like Phoenix cannonballed through the mimic.
Falcon, Phoenix punch, Phoenix kick.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. You can absolutely set there will be nothing left but like the stone of the mausoleum scored with flame when this is done. You can set a fire hot enough to burn away everything else. We're gonna cut out of this space, and I will tell you. Hold on just a second. I need to go find. Where's the cue that I'm looking for? It is not an easy trek back into town. But you make it. No mishaps, even like sort of that labyrinthian effect that you all experienced coming in here, that is dissipated with the hag's lair being gone, and kind of like the pet or the like whatever it was. With all of that being gone, it is much easier to get back than it was to get here. Again, it's not easy to take several hundred kids through a bog, but you do it. And you arrive.
Atticus probably has like several kids on his shoulder and he's like carrying some through.
And it is in this fashion that you return to Port Aimot. On your return, it is like nearing daybreak. The moon sits just at the edge of the horizon. Its light, like the last little bit of its light casting across the waves, as in the far east, the first little signs of the sun begin to shine up. And you're back. Like there's a kind of a few, the town guard is out, and the first few people, like as they see the kids coming, they raise up a shout. People begin to come out of their houses, and a cheers, cries. The entire village starts to wake up. Hundreds of people come pouring out of their houses, like looking through picking up children, giving them hugs, looking for ones that they know, ones that are their children, ones that are a neighbor's children, a nephew, a niece. And one by one, these children are reunited with their parents. I mean, you're getting hearty congratulations, you're getting tearful thank yous, you're getting favor. Everyone's real fucking happy about this whole development.
August definitely steps back in a way and is like kind of mingling in the crowd and does not step forward or accept recognition or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just kind of blends back into the crowd.
August, as you kind of do this and you're observing, you think about something. Something you saw a ring on Renath's finger. You'd never really noticed it before. Like, Renath was such a charming and earnest character that, you'd never really thought about what he was wearing, or so it was really only when you saw him in the mausoleum, desecrated, an empty shell, that you noticed ring. Small engraving, a sword raised in front of the moon. Looked to like maybe it was like some kind of a family crest. It was the kind of ring that it looked like. You realize something. It matches the ring that Hierophant Salish wears.
So Candor is ignoring the crowd and the celebration of things, and he's going back to the clergy, to the Hierophant, to tell him that Renuth is dead.
Atticus is gonna grab Candor as he sees him walking away, and he's gonna look at him and say, "Hey, you showed balls out there, and to be honest with you, I think if you're part of the City Watch or part of anything, they could use someone like you leading them."
They make eye contact for 35 minutes.
I just need to tell you that I don't think any other person would go willingly to go fight a swamp hag or go to their lair. That's suicide. And you showed courage, and I think if if this is your home and you're gonna stay here, the people need someone like you in the reins. So, right to Phoenix Manor when I go. If you need anything of support, anything. And Atticus is, while he's saying this, he's thinking, and he looks at the crowd, and he just goes, "Everyone, 3 cheers for Candor right now, your city's protector." And he's gonna go.
While this is happening,
the crowd erupts
Hip,
in
hip,
cheers.
hooray!
Candor, this is
Candor
probably the
kinda-
most. Yeah, this is the most public attention you've ever gotten.
Yeah.
while,
Candor kind of
while-
looks around while this is happening, and he just says to Atticus, "Thanks, but Renuth is dead. That hag's still there, and the clergy need to know." And he kind of turns and he starts walking off out, even though there's all these chants going on.
all the way at the start of that, and while this noise is going on, August runs up to Adele and very politely touches her shoulder to get her attention, and he leans in and he says, my lady, the ring, Renald had a ring," explains the ring that matched the other guy's ring, and he shrugs and he's like, I don't understand what it means, but there's a connection there.
Are they married?
I would have been invited. I'm pretty certain.
Okay.
I think it's a different situation than that. And
Got it. I'm sorry about your friend, but we should probably tell Atticus.
but Atticus is leading a cheer right now, and I just thought you should know. I'm really worried about the church.
Thank you for telling me, but I'll go look into it.
Atticus, August is a little disappointed because he was like, no, this matters. The church is guilty of something.
Yeah.
Are you
Atticus,
sure they're not married?
Scans the crowd and sees them chatting, and he's gonna work his way through, and he's gonna be like, "August, you're a good man. You brought all these kids home."
Oh, I'm just okay.
Atticus smiles and just is like, "No, man, There's still work to be done. I don't quite know where the hag if the hag goes back to its thing, it's gonna be fucking pissed. But that's at our advantage.
There's something else. Renault had Renault?
Renath.
Renath had a ring and it matched. And again, explains it all. And I don't understand why. I don't understand that. That's not a city crest. That's not a clergy crest. I've polished every stone in that church. Wait. And August thinks if there's anything in the church that looks like that, because he's fixed all of it. Haha.
Odell's like already left. Like she was like, I'll go look into it, and then she's just gone while Atticus and August are having this conversation. So
Okay,
she's like already
So
headed
you're running
towards
off.
the church.
Candor's running off, so it's kind of staggered. Like Candor's headed there first. Odell's following. August and Atticus are still looking.
We should sprint towards the church while we talk about this and while I do a flashback.
Dude,
Yeah.
give me an investigation check with advantage, August.
Because it didn't seem she didn't really react, but she was taking him very seriously. So like she
18.
immediately like was following through on it.
Yeah. $18. You can't think of anything to relate it to the ramp, but you're like, August, your wheels are spinning to try and like, there's something, you're suspicious of the church, you're suspicious of the clergy, the clerics of Lunarum. Candor seems to be a good guy, good heart, earnest, cares, but you can't shake an 18's not cool, but what I will say is that your feelings of being unsettled double in this moment.
Yeah, I mean that for how stoic he is, I would think even without rolling for it, Atticus is gonna notice like he is suddenly like his eyes are shifting. He is suddenly very, very worked up. You notice the only movement is his eyes are moving very quickly, but that's more active movement than you've seen.
Yeah. Okay. We are cutting to the church. You're all kind of arriving like shortly after another, Atticus and August being the last two, Adele being in the middle. Candor, you arrive first. And you arrive to see Hierophant Salish sitting slumped in the seat at the head of the chapel. Hardly even looks up when you come in the door.
On my way there, I'm taking some of that white moss that was distributed by Odell, and I'm gonna kind of be chewing on it, making it palm, like very, very chewable. And as I'm walking in, and kind of, as I see that he's like slumped over, I'm gonna try and like rouse him and get his attention. What was his name? Hierophant?
Yeah, just Hierophant Salish is his title.
Hierophant Salish, and just kind of walking up to him to ruse him up, to try and like wake him up, because he's an old man.
You approach him. The Hierophant looks up at you, kind of gives a half attempt at a smile and slumps back in the chair. You're approaching with the white moss. Give me an insight check.
Both dice and 8. 12. With guidance, which is
On a 12,
16.
you look at the Hierophant. You know, you're about to like apply already like the aroma. It's pretty strong, piney aroma that comes from this. you start to put it close, Hierophant's face. He looks up at you. Oh. You think I've forgotten too?
Candor's gonna respond no and shove it down with holy water too.
You shove it down with holy water. It's like stepping, like springs up, choking on the like moss and water that has like gotten into his mouth when you. Candor. The Lady of Light, she said we were impure, that we had to be cleansed. We must allow whatever dark things came to this place of sin, in order that we might be purified. Are you telling me that you do not put trust in the Lady of Light, in Lunarum's messenger? Odell, you walk in the back door as this is taking place, just in time to see step out from like the back room into this main space of the chapel a beautiful woman with long white hair, this like almost blinding white, kind of like shimmering with what appears to be moonlight. She's beautiful, and she steps out. Hierophant Salish, is there a problem? Hierophant looks at her. The unbelievers. All of them. All of them. Purify them as you must, my lady. I mean, at this point, pretty close behind. If you've been like hot-footing it to Atticus and August, you kind of like bust into the church at this moment. Is like Hierophant Salish just kind of like slumps down to the ground, like leaning on the chair, moss and holy water still kind of dribbling down his mouth as the woman begins to approach all of you, kind of like
That's enough for August.
yeah, giving you a side glance,
August.
Candor, but
August enters rage, and you see his pupils dilate extremely wide, and his stunted, sort of unsure movement that he's had, his shoulders go up, and he is not rage-filled, uncontrolled. He is singularly focused, and he takes his great axe and charges at her.
everyone go ahead and roll initiative.
So glad I didn't action surge in the bog.
16.
21.
Okay.
20.
Woo!
Not natural. Not natural, but
14.
Okay. Atticus. Sorry,
Also,
one more
sorry,
time.
did we all... Oh, go ahead.
Candor, what was your initiative?
16.
Okay. Candor. And Odell with a 14. I'm going to roll for the lady and for... And... Okay. Let me look real quick. 16 gets to there. And Hierophant 14 gets to there. Okay. That's initiative order all set up. August, you are first in this. What action are you taking?
Well, I mean, I've already raged, right?
Yeah.
At this point, I guess that means I'm also going to go into a frenzy. And I am going to, I guess, hit her twice with my great axe, because I get my action and my bonus action because of frenzy.
Okay.
She does get... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what I do.
Cool. Make those attack rolls.
Also, I'm gonna reckless attack on my first attack.
Oh, okay.
Both of my rolls were 14. Let me look at my bonus real quick. That's funny. Uh, 14 plus 5, 14 plus 5. Both attacks are 19 to hit.
Okay. On 219, you drive the axe down on this who just stands unfazed, smiling, looking at you, August. As you do this, next to you, Kandor, you see Hierophant Salish just, like, almost half-heartedly, not even, like, not compelled, but, like, just a man who truly, like, if this doesn't work out for me, then what the fuck am I going to do? The Hierophant Salish is going to cast Shield, which unfortunately makes both those attacks miss, August, as you just see this little arcane shimmer of almost like moonlight flashes in front of the woman, and the axe like goes to the side and buries itself in the floor. Do you have any bonus actions that you're doing?
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm playing a barbarian. There's nothing else to do. I eat
Okay.
more jerky.
Okay, cool. Yeah, gotta refuel. It's important. Okay, August, that is your turn. Atticus, that's you.
Do I see this old man cast shield? It's
Give me a perception check.
$15.
Yeah.
Cool.
You know what the
I go up
casting
and
of shield looks
I
like.
kick him in the face. I run and kick him in the face.
Okay, you run up to him and kick him in the face. Give me an attack roll.
Shield is a stealth spell. It's not range.
My damage on what? What'd you say, Thaddeus?
Generally it is.
So it's for me, for an unarmed strike, it's just 5 plus 6. So it's 11 damage, bludgeoning.
But what's the attack roll?
Oh shoot. 19, which is a crit for me.
Oh fuck.
So 22.
22 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he's not dead, but this kick almost finishes up. Or 22. Yeah. So what is the what's the critical damage?
To the old man. Oh my god.
It just doubles, right? So
It
just
doubles.
because
You're
so
unarmed. It doubles just what the damage not from your strength bonus would be. It doubles the other things.
Oh, so it just doubles the normal damage.
Yeah. And then you add
Okay,
your strength
so it's
modifier to
6.
that.
Oh, yeah. So for me, it just says I do automatic 5 bludgeoning.
Okay,
And
so
then
it would do
plus 6.
10 plus 6, so 16 damage.
So
Yeah.
this is an attack against the Hierophant, the one that
Yeah.
I'm standing next to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using my shield to stop Atticus from fucking decimating this old man.
Damn. Okay. You go to.
Oh,
I would
bro,
not.
why'd
A
you do
Candor
that?
would not let that happen.
You go.
Absolutely
Okay.
not.
You go to like. I think that just imposes disadvantage, right, on the attack.
Disadvantage.
So roll the attack again. It's not a 19 now. We'll see what it is.
Whew. Comes back
So
naturally.
well, 19 plus my attack modifier is 6, so that is 16 plus 6 on that one. So 19 would still be the lower roll, right?
Yeah, so you still hit, and it is going to hit now just for 11 points of damage instead of 16.
Okay. Do I see like a shimmer from someone casting shield?
No, there's no. Oh no, because it's not shield from Candor. It's like the protection thing. So Candor is actually physically like boom coming in with their shield. You're still able to get this kickoff, Atticus. You immediately break the Hierophant's nose. It's like he just starts gushing blood. He just sort of like gives. Oh God. Oh. He's not gonna do. He's sitting there, blood gushing out of his nose. Doesn't really have a reaction to this.
I'm gonna stare at Candor, and just say, "You're willing to let this man murder children in your city and protect this person?"
The man didn't murder the children. The hag did, and he like looks at the Hierophant's ring.
Yeah, you look at the ring.
On my turn, I was gonna like pull it off and then like rush this guy.
Make an investigation check for me real quick, or you can make an insight check too. You choose.
I'll do it.
Yeah, Atticus is okay. Let me rephrase that. You're gonna let this person protect someone who is kidnapping children?
I don't think he's letting him. 12
12. Is it insight or
August also-
investigation?
insight.
August also pipes into that conversation and just goes, ah!
It's, 12 insight. Candor, you look down. Absolutely broken. The Hierophant's just sitting there, like, laughing with blood streaming down his face. Hollow is what he seems. Not the kind of hollow that happens from an enchantment that clouds someone's mind. Hollow from the choices he has made. He looks up at you, half just sort of like emotionally checked out and half pleading a little bit. She said she'd bring us light. She said she'd bring us light.
Lunir brings the light, not her. And then
She stole your light. The children in your life are the light. And Atticus is going to action surge.
Okay, you action surge.
And is going to dash at the woman. Or not dash, but like try and he's going to try and grapple this.
Okay, cool.
Beautiful
Yeah, you want to
woman.
go ahead and grapple. Make a grapple check for me.
is
That's
my
just
I
athletics,
know
right?
we've kind of gotten a little convoluted with the actions here. Can I give him bless?
Bless.
I guess he already has bless.
He's already got bless active.
Yeah. So I'm just making an attack roll plus my strength.
No, just
modifier?
it's an athletics check to grapple.
Okay. That is 24 on athletics.
That beats her 7. You
Cool.
tackle this woman to the ground. That's your action, but you've got her pinned.
Cool. Bonus.
Give
action.
me-
And,
Atticus, both you and Candor, give me a persuasion roll.
8. Persuasion is not my game.
14 on persuasion.
Ah!
August, you're just standing there, axe in the ground as Atticus tackles this woman to the ground. Atticus, that's you. You've currently got the woman grappled. She is going...
I'm going for a chokehold.
Yeah. She's going to look up at you. Atticus, when you tackled her, you expected, like, the slight frame that you saw. What you feel is, like, wide shoulders, wiry but incredibly powerful arms, and it's wet. Like damp moss or rotting leaves. And as you look, the appearance begins to like melt away as you just see a rotted green face, like strands of skin on one side where a cheek should be, bits of like mud and fecal matter and plant matter and just like clinging to this entity's scalp and face.
Atticus feels it in his mustache and he's like,
Yeah.
"Ugh."
As she looks up at you,
The last phoenix. I've heard about you.
and that is her turn. She's currently grappled. Pretty much to do anything. I guess she's gonna try and break out of the grapple. She's gonna make an athletics check to break out of the grapple.
Raiders. Shout out to the raiding party of 6.
What up, Raiders?
Hey,
We're
Ray.
killing a hag.
Killing a hag.
We're
Staying
trying.
up late and killing a hag. Okay, athletics check
We were killing an old man before.
with a natural 20 on the die plus her 4 on a 24. Go ahead. Atticus, you have to get a nat 20 on this or she's breaking free.
Okay. I'm using I pulled out the Hugo dices for this. My very lucky dice. All right. It's not a nat 20. It's not a 1 or a nat 20.
Okay. Swamp Hag throws you off. Atticus, you like land on the floor. It's going to at you or I think at you because it's going to rake out at you. Does a 21 hit?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sean, you muted yourself.
Oh.
Seemed really
I
funny.
said I said if I had my armor from the normal campaign it would not have hit.
Nope. 14 slashing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution save.
Okay. 14 damage. I'm still that hurt and Constitution saving. Do I still get to add D4 to that? Is that still in effect?
Yeah, for the saving throws.
Yeah. So that is going to be 15 plus 4, 19, and then plus 3, so 22.
Okay. 22 saves, so you're just going to take that slashing damage.
Okay.
You feel your body fight off what would have been a pretty nasty, just bog rot. Like,
Good old bog.
this
rot,
hag's
yeah.
this hag's not clean. It's bad. It's all bad under those fingernails. That is, however, that's Ashmog's turn because she had to use part of the turn to break the grapple. Candor, that's you.
So was she knocked prone when Atticus grappled her?
Yeah, but then used half her movement speed to get up, and
So she's still up.
yep.
Okay.
Just point of clarification. Sorry, this might
Yeah.
be affecting the situation. You said that I came in the back door. Is that the same door everyone came in?
No,
or
you
am I
yeah
in
you no you came in the front. You all came in the front of the chapel.
Oh, okay. You said that Odell came in the back door. So I was like, am
Oh,
I
sorry.
like in a
Nope.
different?
Yeah, all in the front.
Okay.
You're in the storage room.
Oh no.
Having a burger.
You
down
can
the
hear a
street.
fight. It's pretty
fine.
muffled.
I'm still standing to the Hierophant, the old guy. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm still standing next to him.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a boardroom or like a washroom that I can take this guy, stick him in, and then continue on?
There's the back room right there. I mean, if you're gonna physically like drag him and get him there, it'll be your action and your movement to get him in there. If you can, yeah, he is gonna. It'll be a contested athletics because he's gonna fight it a little bit.
Okay.
But he gets a -1 to this. So in order to drag him successfully, that is an 8 minus. So you gotta.
22.
Yeah, you grab
21.
this old man. You grab this old Hierophant by his collar and just drag him into the back. What do you say to him as you toss him in there?
I'm gonna toss him in and said, Lanier's showing the way. This isn't the way, and I'm shoving him in there as well as taking like the ring off of his hand.
Okay.
And any other maybe emblems that shouldn't be there in any manner.
Yeah, I don't. In the moment, I'll let you make a sleight of hand DC 12 if you want to like grab the ring as you're shoving him in there.
13 with
13. You grab the ring as you shove him. You say that. You shut the door. Are you gonna like smash off the handle or something so that he can't get back out? Okay,
yeah,
cool. Just
definitely.
give me an attack roll real quick. We'll let you make it on the door.
I'm rolling great. 20. Dirty 20.
Boom. Handles off. It's going to be tricky for him to get out of here.
Great.
But, Kandor, that is your turn.
Can I action surge?
Yeah, you can. I forgot that you have levels in Fighter. You absolutely can action surge.
Absolutely, I'm going to action surge. So that gives me 15 feet in movement.
Can
I make it over to the hag to attack?
I'm going to say you're all in a close space. You're action surging. Yeah, you can get over there.
Okay, great. I'm going to run up and cast Burning Hands about like within 5 feet. I'm going to cast Burning Hands on the hag.
Cool. Is that a spell attack or is it a save from...
I think it's a save.
It is a save. Dexterity or Constitution?
Let's see. As you hold your hands, each creature in a 15-foot cone
Cool.
must make a dexterity saving
Dex
throw.
save. Cool. All right. Dexterity saving throw it is. That is a... Ooh. It is a 15 plus 2, 17.
My DC is 12. But they take half damage.
Half damage, yeah. What's that damage?
Do I add my wisdom modifier to it, or it's just 3d6?
No, I think it's just 3d6 on Burning Hands.
3. 6. 12 total, so 6 damage.
Okay. 12 half to 6. Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay, cool. That's the Hierophant's turn. It's half-hearted, but you do start to hear a banging on the door. I'm gonna make a strength check for him. He gets -1 to this. We're gonna say the DC to bust down a door is 15. But there's a -1 to this, so 13 minus 1 for a 12. Just bangs on the door. That's his turn. That's a Hierophant. Odell, it's you.
I think Odell is going to cast Return to the Green on the hag,
Cool.
swamp hag.
Yeah.
And also, as like part of it, us heal Atticus too.
Okay, cool. Let's see. I need to remember what. Oh, there it is. I need to remember what this thing is, but I have it right here. Okay, cool. Constitution save. Oof. 19 on the die for a total of 22. But I think...
Still take half damage.
Yeah, it's half. Yep. So go ahead and roll the damage.
So just 1d6.
No, roll 2d6 and then we cut it in half.
Oh, okay.
And then you can roll that healing for Atticus too, which is 1d8 plus 4.
All right. Well, that was only 4 damage
Oof.
total.
Okay, 4 halved to 2.
So not great.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me do Atticus really quick. Okay, my dice stuck tonight. But Atticus heals for 6 points.
Cool. Atticus,
Thank
are
you.
Yeah, you're bathed in a green light that emanates from Odell. Okay.
Also,
Odell?
I think I'm going to move to like start trying to move around, like to flank.
Okay, cool. You can definitely do that. I think you can get in flanking position with this tag from where Atticus is. Like if you just move up behind her, then both you and August are right there. And then Candor and Atticus are right there too. So you can all have flanking now at this point. If you're all within 5 feet. That is... It's back to the top of the initiative. Or August, that is your turn.
All right, let me just look at my spell list here. I'm just kidding. August swings at the hag with his great axe.
Yeah, go ahead. Make them
This is
attack
a
rolls.
reckless attack, so it will be with advantage. 19.
19 hits.
Uh, 13 is the damage.
Okay, cool.
Second attack is 18.
18 also hits.
That one is 6 damage.
Okay. Cool. You carve into the hag, and she takes a little bit notice of you. You see not blood, but almost this thick green, just ichor begins to roll like beads of sap downward. The gashes aren't even like openly pumping, like they just kind of start to ooze a little bit.
August makes eye contact with the hag, just for a moment. If she's looking, if she cares, she sees a moment of sensitivity in his eyes, and he says, "Ah!"
I know you. You come into my swamp and you cut my trees. I'm going to eat you.
Very nice. That is Atticus. It's your turn.
Yeah. Gosh, Atticus is gonna do what a fighter does best and try and kill this thing. Atticus is gonna try and like tell me if I can do this, but Atticus is going to try and drive his sword through the hag in attempts to pin her back on the ground.
Yeah, we'll call this. Well, you only have as a level 3. Are you at 2 attacks? No, you don't get your extra attack yet.
That's
Just
5.
a single attack. I think for flavor, like it won't make her. I'll let you do it for flavor. It's not going to affect the condition of like it won't make her prone too. But for flavor, we can say yeah if the attack hits.
Okay. I'm just gonna try and drive my sword through
Yeah.
them
Cool.
while they're like talking to August.
Yeah, and you do have advantage on the attack because you're all you're gathered around the swamp hag.
Oh, sick. Okay. 18 total.
18 hits.
Okay.
What's the damage on that?
Let's find out together.
Let's find out together.
4, 13 plus. Did I said 14, right? Is that what I said? Yeah, 14. 14 plus 6, 20 damage.
Okay. Atticus, you fully just sword through the swamp hag. It comes out the other side.
Atticus is gonna whisper in your ear. I said, I burned down your pretty little home. Killed your little pet while I was there too.
The hag comes closer on the sword so that she's right next to your ear.
August yells over whatever she says.
Is that
So Atticus,
an opposing perception?
Atticus
check?
make me a perception check, DC 12 to hear what the hag says.
Doing this? August.
Somehow dramaturgy is casted onto
15
August.
for perception.
Okay. The hag draws close to you. I need to look at something real quick before I speak out of turn. Yeah. August yelling, middle of combat, sword is through the hag. She comes close.
You know, he's very interested in you.
The guy whose nose I broke?
No, you stupid phoenix. The life bringer. The smoke breather. Ash eater and the nevergreen. He waits for you. Deep in St. Florian, he waits for you.
Sweetie, I'm sorry. I'm already tied up with a beautiful dwarf man out west. He's gonna have to wait.
Too bad. He's become very impatient of late.
And Atticus, you see the hag is going to just sort of relax, and your sword just continues to going through a root vegetable until it just cleanly clears her shoulder, and she slumps to the ground and is going to continue to just kind of dissolve into a little bog here on the floor of the chapel.
Could I make
And-
some sort of check to see if that's like a thing, like a last ditch effort, like hags do?
Yeah, make me an Arcana check.
14.
This hag is not dead. This hag is escaping. Like,
Okay.
the odds don't look great for them. Yeah, you burned their lair. They lost a lot of their power when that happened. Their curse on the town, like everyone's remembering that shit. Like a lot of her shit has been wrecked today, and she is just going to use the last little bit of her power to go on skedaddle out of here.
So she's trying to magic her way out, but she's not actually moving.
Being that this is a
She
church,
just all you see is her dissolve into a bog puddle on the floor.
being as this is a church and like churches usually give food out to the poor and needy, is I'm gonna scan, is there anything that looks absorbent of water? Maybe some rags, or possibly like rice or like grain or something to pour on this thing. I'm just thinking like quickly.
Yeah. Give me
quickly.
give me an investigation check.
Are
Are we
we
still-
out of initiative order now that
Yeah.
she's like
We're
fleeing?
out of initiative order, yeah.
Okay,
Dude.
I'm gonna cast Bound to the Green on her
Also,
puddle.
August is also hitting the puddle with his axe.
Okay, you hit the puddle, splork, it just sprays everywhere. The knocking on the other side of the door has stopped. Hierophant's not knocking anymore. Splook goes the axe into the puddle. You cast Bound to the Green. I'm going to make a strength save for that.
A puddle is making
A 17 on the die for a 21.
But like also maybe disadvantage because she's a puddle and not an actual human being. Maybe.
Famously, swamp hags turn into puddles a lot. So I'm going to say she makes the roll flat. But Atticus, what's the investigation check?
19.
Okay. 19, you look around. No rice, no grain, nothing terribly absorbent. Like there's no sponges nearby for christenings. Hasn't been any children here for quite some time. Then you see it
Candor's-
like fluttering the edge of your cape. It's right there. It's a
Yeah,
cloth.
Atticus rips his cape off and tries to absorb all that liquid up.
So this is where we take our shirts off.
Yeah.
So this is where we all take our. I am going to, Odell, have you make me an Arcana check real quick.
Nine.
Okay.
I just can't do anything cool this session.
Atticus, you also make me an Arcana check.
When the time's appropriate, Candor is going to cast Fairy Fire as he sees the puddle disappearing.
Odell, make me the Arcana check with advantage.
As well as around the front door to make sure there's no escaping.
That's a dirty 20.
On a dirty 20. Atticus, what was your Arcana check?
15.
Okay. You go down with you get as much of this bog juice wiped up. It's kind of starting to go through the cracks in the floor too at this point, but you get a sizable amount in your cloak. Odell, you reached out to try and like bind the hag in this place. She just tricky slipped through that spell a bit, but
Oozy.
you do feel some of her essence bound here now in the torn piece of Atticus's phoenix cloak is maybe you didn't get all of her, and you're not sure how it works when a hag is split between two spaces, but not all the bog got out of here. Some of it is stuck now, like just kind of like, I don't know if you like put the cloak now in something, it's dripping a little bit. It's pretty nasty.
Yeah, I like look for like a bucket or like a communion cup or like a offering bowl and try and throw it
Cool.
in
Yeah,
there.
there's a little like offering bowl nearby, and you can put it in there to kind of like keep it collected. And on that 15 Arcana check that you got, Atticus, it's not nothing. You have caught something here. You're not sure what to do with it, but it's soaked up in your cloak.
Y'all, I really haven't gotten this far with a hag before. Anyone have any ideas?
Cleanse it with holy water.
Burn it.
Wash it.
Odell just gives August a little
As you
pat.
begin going through like all these, we're at the point where we're wrapping the one shot up now. So as you're like going through solutions, leaving the like daybreak is happening as the sun begins to cast its light over the ocean. Kendor, let me ask you specifically, as a member of the town guard and a member of the clergy, as a cleric of Lunarum, what fate will befall? I think upon further interrogation, Hierophant Salish comes clean. This was not something that Hierophant Salish was bewitched into doing. It was something that the hag masquerading as a, what's the word? Starts with an, as in like an avatar or a paragon of Lunarum, or claiming to be, just talked him into. And the Hierophant Salish was a deeply broken man who believed that like she played him. She played him. She made him think that the town was wicked and evil, and that's why undead were visiting it, and that it needed to be cleansed, and that the only way to cleanse it was for like the children were taken away. You know, she promised that the children were being kept safe by Lunarum, but yeah.
From what I kind of understand from like the Lunarums, like from what you've told me with them being very dogmatic, I think it's very appropriate for Candor to kind of have this attitude of he needs to be cleansed by the light that's brought by Lunarum, and maybe that means moonlighting him so he doesn't sleep, or perhaps that's just a very retribution method of paying back, but I think it's going to be within those lines of how he handles that.
Candor, in about a week into like this, you go in the morning to check in, like you've sort of created these quarters at the back of the chapel where like the moonlight comes in, and you know the Hierophant gets locked in this room every night, maybe all the time, but certainly is bathed in moonlight for the night. You come in and about like a week into all of this, and you find must have like snuck in a rope somehow while being let out to eat a meal or something, but the Hierophant is just hanging from the ceiling. Has killed himself. You can go ahead and give me an investigation check in this moment if you want.
I don't think he needs to. I don't think Candor needs to. I think there's going to be this proper ritual rites, because his Hierophant used to be a member of the community until he was like misled. So, and in true fashion of an old man not taking responsibility for his actions, he's trying to blame somebody else. So
Yeah, and you lay the Hierophant to rest. Shortly after, Cantor, based off of your actions, you are elected. It's up to you whether you choose to take the honorific of Hierophant or not, but you become the head of the clergy in for the Church of Lunarum here in Port Aimot, and it will be up to you in the coming decades to decide what the aspects of Lunarum become to the people of this town and the people who visit it. I'll ask everyone else, like, what I will kind of go in order here and ask everyone what their last, like, what is Odell doing after this? Like, are you continuing in your adventures with Atticus?
Yeah, I think she definitely is going to stick with Atticus, but also, like, I think trying to wrap up the the bog swamp hag.
Yeah.
I keep wanting to say bog hag, and I'm like, that's not
Bog hag.
right. Swamp hag situation, and I feel like maybe they've tried disposing of this thing, the thing in a lot of ways, and hasn't really worked. And she just decides to. I'm so sorry about this. She just decides to wild shape into one of those beasties, from the other campaign that like pull the carts.
Oh yeah, the Atticus.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
And she's just gonna eat it.
Damn. Okay. Give me a Constitution saving throw, I guess.
Atticus seasoned up the rag with a bunch of stuff too.
Because those
to
things
make it more digestible.
They just like eat anything. They're just like,
Actually, Atticus just watched in horror. He's like, "What the?"
I'll let you do it with advantage, actually, because it's true. You do take on the physical characteristics of an Attica. So for a Constitution saving throw, it would make one like this with advantage.
All right.
I feel like it's still you, though. Like, you're still in control of your actions here.
Well, I mean, they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, it's also when wild shape, you take on the physical characteristics.
I only got 13, so that seems bad.
Okay. I mean, it's indigestion. It doesn't feel
I literally
great.
have 0 + 0 to Constitution. So.
It doesn't feel great, but as your final act in the one shot, Odell, like, you've been, like, the adventures with Atticus have continued, and somewhere along the way you were like, maybe I should just try and fucking eat this thing.
We gotta get rid of it somehow.
The stomach acid.
Yeah.
It's kind of poetic in a way. Yeah.
August. What is the last thing that we see August doing?
I think before they leave town, August awkwardly tries to flirt with both Adele and Atticus, and being August, neither one of them realize that's what he's doing because it's inscrutable.
Is the flirting just
No, I mean he's out of rage now, but he's just like.
Let's do it. While we were there, we did a beach day, and we're all on the beach right now. You see Atticus in his short shorts, like all the like he's barbecuing for all the kids and stuff, and like it's just a really nice day.
There's a bunch of the kids playing on Odell as an Attica, like in the water.
Yeah. And August is just like, so it's nice weather that we're having, don't you think?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
It would
I don't
look better
usually
on
get
my
to take
bedroom floor. What?
the weather? The weather? Like, do you need to open your curtains in your room?
Sorry, I gotta go.
All right, don't go too far. I'm worried about you.
I'm sorry.
He's his own man.
Green.
and then after that, I think he's kind of inspired by Renoth and his dedication to finding the children, and I think he ends up kind of becoming a little bit of a hermit, trying to find a good deed to do. I don't know if he succeeds or not, but I think he kind of just he doesn't feel comfortable in the town anymore. He wants
Ooh.
to do something good, so he kind of
Yeah,
wanders.
yeah. I want you to give me what is your highest mental ability score? Intelligence, wisdom, or charisma? It's wisdom, maybe, I would guess.
Oh, it's not charisma. Yeah,
Clearly.
wisdom.
Okay. I want you to just give me a wisdom check. Just a
12.
okay. On a 12, you I think you become August a little bit of a folk hero. In this, not for a wide space, but kind of here on the coastline in the Southgreen. Certainly in Port Aimot, your deeds are well known as one of the 4 who brought the children home. And
Real Paul Bunyan type over here.
yeah, Atticus, what is the last thing that we see Atticus do to wrap up the session?
Yeah, Atticus definitely like spent a couple days in town, like hung out with people until like he probably heard news of like the next thing in another city happening. But Atticus actually, before they leaves, pulls Candor aside before he leaves on his journey to talk to him, and he just says, like something's been on my mind, Candor. After your head priest did those things, like in the name of a god, like how can you stay and how can you be in this belief system? I just don't quite get it.
There's darkness out there whether we want it or not, and we need the light, and some people lose their way from that light, and I think that's what happened.
Yeah, I forgive me, but I see a man who was so obsessed with the light that they brought darkness on a whole city and believed what they wanted to believe in order to achieve that. But I understand. I hope I see you again. I think you're great. Sorry about kicking him in the face. I didn't, isn't he the moment? I didn't know what was going to happen.
Listen, I wanted to do that too. I didn't want his face caved in, though.
I wasn't gonna cave his face in, man. I just, a swift kick to the face sometimes works better than a swift kick to the nuts. That's what my dad always told me.
Have you seen the size of your boot?
Yeah, I'm a size 15. It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
Did you see the size of that man? I think he was size 15.
Yeah. Well, he just seemed like he was kickable, but hey, if you ever need anything.
Is that how you summarize an old man? Kickable, not kickable.
I mean, when you're on the road as much as I am and doing things across the continent, like sometimes you got to judge someone by how kickable and not kickable they are. Sometimes they're kickable, sometimes they need the sword. It's just metrics, man. But
like that old man in the swamp. That man was kickable.
Yeah, he was trying to give his raw to me in more ways than one. That's what I felt, at least. But hey, anyways, man, I'm sorry. I'm being a little crude. And Atticus reaches his hand out and goes, if you ever need anything, right to Phoenix Manor, come by for supper. I'm not there all the time, but someone knows how to get in contact with me. I hope I see you again, Candor.
Candor's stare locks in again and continues to shake his hand.
Come by in
Atticus
30
goes-
years when we need help with a
A
war.
little uncomfortably or so.
Atticus goes for the warrior handshake, like
Oh,
not even
yeah.
like a formal, just like a boom. And
We saw each other both do the action surge. We know what kind of handshake that means after.
Yeah.
yeah, and don't let these kids wander into the woods. And then he goes, all right, Odell, and it's if she's still in the form
Yeah.
to like come along.
Okay. That is where we're closing out this session with this last thing. We are cutting forward to, I think 27 years into the future. Candor now, like, well into middle age. I think it'd be 54. You said you're 27. August also, like, haven't gotten any smaller. Gotten a little slower. But both of you, Candor, you, like, still as the, like, head of the clergy and now, like, kind of master of the town guard too here for Port Aimot. And August on the outskirts of town, just having returned from a little folk hero jaunt. Both of you receive missives from Phoenix Manor, and at the request of Atticus Phoenix, you are bid to come gather at Phoenix Manor for a council of war. And that is where we are going to end the session. We'll be back on
4 hours later.
Yeah, God, yeah. That was the longest single one we've done in a long time without a break. Thanks everyone who tuned in for our one shot exploring a little moment in Atticus's past and some potential new allies. Feast of Dice will be back next. I guess we're doing our talk back on Thursday, but then we'll be back next Monday with another stream on Castle Run, which is the War Council that we've waited so long to do. So we will see everyone then. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ah!